Thank you. Hello? Yeah. Oh well. We'll get it. Yes, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Again, open this meeting for April 22nd, 2015, Oceanside, City Council of Upper District, CDC. And a roll call, please.
Mayor Witt.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lowry.
Here.
Councilmember Feller.
Here.
Councilmember Curry.
Here.
Councilmember Sanchez.
And City Attorney, please.
Thank you. The council meeting closed session to discuss item 1 on the closed session agenda, conference with labor negotiator involving the Oceanside City Employees Association. Item 2A, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matter of San Diegans for open government versus City of Oceanside et al. Item 2B, conference with legal counsel on anticipated litigation in the matter of one case, a threat of litigation from Delaware Gateway LLC. Item 3, conference with real estate negotiator. All the properties are identified on page 2 of the agenda. Under negotiations are price and terms for the use of the real property with Lamar Outdoor Advertising, Outfront Media, formerly CBS Outdoors, and BGT Media. Item 2B, conference with real estate negotiator involving the Goat Hill Park LLC property. Under negotiations are price and terms for the lease of the property.
We'll get started in a minute, and go ahead and roll call, please.
Mayor Wood?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lowry?
Here.
Councilmember Feller?
Here.
Councilmember Kern?
Here.
Councilmember Sanchez? Here.
I have the closed session report later, but roll call, and we'll go with consent calendar. please.
Yeah, prior to consent calendar, item 17, the corrected total amount is actually $218,066, and consent calendar item number 10 and city manager item number 33 have been removed from the agenda by staff.
10 and 33?
Or 10 and
10 and 33, okay, thank you.
Move approval of balance. Perfect. And prior to removing approval, item number 8 has been removed from the agenda, or has been brought off the agenda by public for discussion.
What dollar did you say on number 7?
$218,066.
Yeah, I didn't add up.
The remainder, please. Your motion for the remainder.
Major, yes.
And
Move approval of balance.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any public on those?
No.
Okay, please, vote.
Thank you.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Wow.
And item number 8 is approval of a contract change order 5 for extra work in the amount of $629,395 to Granite Construction Company for the annual overlay fiscal year 2013-2014 project for improvements of El Camino Real between Via Las Rosas and Southerly city limit, including the Highway 78 overpass to eliminate pavement distresses, and authorization for the city engineer to execute the change order.
And who do we have on that?
Joan Brubaker would like to speak on that item.
Hi, Joan.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Nice to see you again as I waddle down to the podium. I really want to compliment the person or persons who are responsible for this coming about. That intersection for the last year and a half has been a danger to your vehicle to cross. I passed it about a week and a half ago, and I thought, you know, I wonder how long my old car is going to hold together with this kind of street conditions. It was really deplorable, and I thought the city of Oceanside has more money, surely, that they could put a little patching on this. I see a lot of work going on 76, of course, that's highway funds, that's something different. But I really want to thank everyone and anyone having to do with the reconditioning of that intersection 78 and El Camino. It is a fright. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan, I appreciate it.
No further public on
Any
that.
comment? I'll make a motion. Move approval. I'll also second that. Please vote.
Mayor, I just wanted to say that it is Scott Smith who has shepherded this. I will, I'll say that I've prodded him a couple of times, but Scott deserves all the credit, and engineering, of course, is responsible for this, so thank you.
Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item 17, please.
Yes, item number 17 is approval of revisions to City Council Policy 300-14, enhanced notification program to include an expanded radius requirement for mail notification of discretionary entitlements, advanced mail notification of pending applications for discretionary entitlements, on-site signage, community outreach plan, interested party notification list, and web-based notification.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. The item before you is for your consideration tonight are the proposed draft revisions to City Council Policy 300-14, which deals with the enhanced notification program. Just a brief background, in January of this year, City Council directed staff to re-implement the 1,500-foot notification radius and to take into account the scale of the project. In doing so, consequently, staff drafted some draft revisions. We took it to the Planning Commission on March 9th for their review and comment. And so the policy you see before you tonight includes all their comments and direction that we received from them. Currently, city's notification process includes on-site posting of project sites within 15 days of application, a mail notification for public hearings, and a web-based notification. It also includes posting of agendas at city halls and libraries, website postings, and notice to property owners within 300 feet of a project site, and notice to residents within 100 feet of a project site for coastal projects. The draft policy provisions include 3 new provisions, which include an expanded radius requirement for mail notification of discretionary projects, advanced mail notification, so when we get an application, a notice goes out, and community outreach plans. The 3 other provisions that are currently included in the policy 300-14 will remain. Briefly, the expanded mail notification would involve a 1,500-foot notification for certain types of projects, which include general plan land use amendments, specific plans, changes of zones, residential projects which have 20 dwelling units or more, commercial projects on a site of 5 acres or greater, industrial projects which require a conditional use permit and are located on project sites of 5 acres or greater, and industrial projects adjacent to residential or waterways. For all the discretionary review approvals, the draft policy would expand the base notification to a 500-foot radius rather than 300, which is currently, and it would also include mail notification to all tenants within 100 feet of all project sites which are subject of a discretionary review. Just as an example, under this scenario, 300-foot radius, which is the current provision, would entail noticing 60 properties. Under the 500-foot notification, it would entail noticing 100 properties, and under the expanded 1,500-foot radius, it would entail notification of like 720 properties. The advanced mail notification, as previously briefly discussed, would entail sending a mail notice to all to the relevant to the applicable mail notification radius within 15 days of an application of a discretionary permit. That's not currently a practice. It would also include mail notification to the interested parties list that would let people know that there's an application that's been submitted. The on-site signage remains. There is one brief proposed change. The Planning Commission asked us to include a provision that would require their removal within when the appeal period for the project expired once it's been approved. This is a new provision. It's a community outreach plan. It requires applicants for certain types of projects, discretionary entitlements, similar to the expanded 1,500-foot radius, to conduct a community outreach with the community prior to an application being deemed complete. This is an effort to engage the community early on in the review process and to understand what concerns and comments might be. These are 2 existing policies: the interested party notification list. The city will continue to maintain it, and the web-based notification, which requires our application cover page and plans to be posted to the website within 15 days of application. Staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval of the draft provisions as proposed. We feel that this policy in this draft format addresses the council's concerns, and it will increase perhaps greater public participation in the planning process. That concludes my staff report, and I'll be available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. We have a seat at sidebar, and we'll continue. Public on this.
First, we have Michael McSweeney.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Michael McSweeney. I'm the Senior Public Policy Advisor at the Building Industry Association. Can I put something on the viewer thing for you?
That's on.
Okay, we can't blow that up, but we can blow it up, excellent. All right, so, we'll get to this in a second. My question to you is, what is the real intent of the action? If you're proposing to engage the public, your proposal is 5 times the size of what's required under state law. You're 3 times larger than San Marcos's requirement, and you're 2.5 times larger than Carlsbad. If the intent is, and I think when staff showed you how far 1,500 square feet, it's about 1/3 of a mile. It looks to us as a policy that's meant to do nothing but bring people out that would be opposed to a development. And I don't think that's in the best interest, not just for the developer and the development, but for your community. I know the Friends of Alta Loma, they want tenants notified. The problem with that is there aren't commercially readily available lists that tie a tenant to an address. I mean, you can do micro-targeting for magazine subscriptions, but trying to notify tenants is problematic because it's not a matter of public record like owning a property is. As far as a community outreach plan, typically your city does that with the notification through the mail. A smart developer does an outreach plan because they want to bring in the neighbors around them into their project and planning. Quite frankly, a developer that's either not savvy or outright not sophisticated doesn't do outreach. And then typically the neighbors are upset because they don't feel they've been brought into it. But more importantly, and this brings us to what I have on the screen, you're penalizing home buyers. You're not penalizing developers. What you're doing is you're making it more expensive to buy a house. This study was done by Oceanside University for the cost. What does the government cost on the cost of a new home? I want you to look at this pie chart. Carlsbad and San Marcos are both 7. Oceanside is not. If you're a similar city to both, you're a coastal city like Carlsbad, here's the desirable. See the cost of a house here. 47% of the cost of regulation is due to the time-based process. In Carlsbad, 42 to 46% of the cost of a new home is directly related to the fees, the process imposed by government. So when I've talked to you before about affordable housing, part of this problem is created by our own processes in government. I would ask you to do something similar to Carlsbad or San Marcos, increase it to 500, 600 feet. I think that's a reasonable compromise. 1,500 feet from a project, I think is just over the top. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Next we have Nadine Scott.
Good evening, council and staff. First, I'd like to thank staff for doing an excellent job on researching surrounding coastal cities and understanding the intent of our notification, which is not to penalize home buyers, rather it's to engage residents and have transparency at the beginning of projects. We've seen a couple lawsuits because we did not have quote smart developers. They did not engage with the community whatsoever, and the notification rules were flawed. Even as recently as 2 months ago, we had a 10,000-gallon propane tank proposal right on Loma Alta Creek. Not one resident who would be looking down on this project was involved. Not one was noticed. And they had a CUP. Those are serious. CUPs mean they're getting a special permission for something that's either regulated or it's going to be hazardous or something along those lines. Not one resident was notified. Finally, when the fire department was notified by myself and staff, they got involved and go, that is not going to be appropriate to have 10,000 gallons of fuel there. This is not the way it's supposed to work. We're supposed to know these things ahead of time. And again, I'll compliment staff. They have improved notice to those of us on the special notification list. There's still gaps with coastal projects, but we're going to work on that. The problem with reduced notification, and I do apologize, Sergio, I missed the very first part. Giving 100 feet to tenants is like no notice at all. 43%, according to the recent census, are renters. So we're going to basically exclude almost half of our citizenry from participation in projects that can affect their neighborhoods, their quality of life, and their property values. As far as not being able to find tenants' addresses, that's sort of amusing because when they do the radius maps, the addresses show up. So you address it to occupant. It's very simple. Doesn't take, you know, any kind of rocket science. Just want to remind the council what a great job staff did. The idea is to increase public awareness and promote public participation. We just saw that blow up on the Morse Street project. People did not feel enough notice was given, and we have a lot of angry people out there. When instead, we actually do have good developers that are not owned by the BIA that really want to invest in our community, they do want to talk to the community, and they do want to make their project better. So I don't have time to hit all my points. I've sent them out to all of you. We have to add tenants. That's half our population. We cannot limit industrial permits to 5 acres. No one on Industry Avenue would have to notify anyone, and that's simply not appropriate. And I will let you deliberate. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak, and I am from the Friends of Loma Alta Creek. Thank you very much.
No further public on this item?
Thank you. Back to the council. Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had a chance to talk to several people, and after talking to several people who represent communities and interests, I do believe that what staff has written comes a long way to addressing the concerns. And I want to first start off by saying that the goal of this is to inform the community, and to therefore reduce and or eliminate the calls for review by council and the need for the neighborhood to appeal. The whole idea is to actually hopefully get these projects approved as quickly as possible when we have the community knowing what is happening. For I want to say over 3/4 of a century, we had a local paper that we relied on, and if we still had something like that, perhaps we wouldn't have this need. But there have been several, and we've got a lot of building going on in Oceanside now. Things are really happening, and I believe that this is really going to get more support for projects, get discussions, dialogue going early on with the community in finding out what possible concerns they have and kind of making that change. And that certainly would be a load off my mind, and again, the no more needs for appeals or calls for review. There are a couple of things that I would like to suggest, and so I would like to move approval, but with 3 changes, I believe. On the attachment page 1, you've got the bullet points, and that's where I can put them in, and I want to have the rest of the report consistent. So the changes would be residential projects exceeding 5 dwelling units, industrial projects, and then everything else crossed out after that, which is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bullet point. And that we add a bullet point that says all projects requiring a conditional use permit. The last suggestion, recommendation that I made, the basis for that is that I do believe that most people, when they buy into a neighborhood or into a business, they rely on the rules. They rely on the rules, and they want people to come in and build or whatever, and they believe that they know what the rules are. When you have a conditional use permit, that kind of changes a few things, and that's when somebody gets upset and starts saying, well, I didn't know that this was, how can they do this? If the notification is early and they understand, yes, you can do this with a conditional use permit, what are your concerns, if any? I think that really resolves a lot of things earlier in the process. So my motion is to approve. Let's see. The revisions to City Council Policy Number 300-14 with the changes that I've just indicated, which is changing the residential projects exceeding 5 dwelling units rather than 20, industrial projects, period, and adding a bullet point of adding all projects requiring conditional use permit. That's my motion.
Have a second? Thank you.
And I just want to say one other thing. I understand that the notices are going to be increasing from 10 days to 15 days. Is that right? Okay. I had a discussion with someone today who said that somebody on Pacific Street who said many of the houses properties are owned by people who live possibly even outside the state, and that 10 days is not enough, that they would like to have 15 days. What would be the hardship, if any, if we change it from 10 to 15?
Could you put your mic? Teach him.
Pardon me. The hardship would just be in scheduling of projects and when things go out. So if it's the desire of the council, we can implement and include. I think we would have to include, since it's not in our zoning code, we'd have to include a statement in this policy that would increase the notification period from a 10-day minimum to a 15-day minimum.
Okay. Would the second agree to that? Okay. Thank you.
I have only one here, Mr. Kern. I know if anybody pushed their button, I had a problem with the system, so I only have your name. Did anybody else push a button? Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Kern.
All right, thank you. I'm not going to be able to support this. I mean, the idea that we have a system that works fine. The projects that came before us never lacked public participation. There's always going to be those people who say we haven't heard about it. They come in at the last minute. How many times have we talked about the Mission Avenue improvements over 3 years? Public hearings, putting dots on the board, community meetings there, and then after it got approved, we have people come in and say we never heard about it. So they just don't pay attention to it, and then somehow it's our fault because they don't pay attention. We have a very vigorous public participation program in this city. It's online. Those people that want to know can be informed. So all we're doing now is just making it more difficult. We're creating more and more hoops, and like the Carlsbad study showed, we're just adding time. We're adding costs. We're just making it more difficult. I don't think it's a very business-friendly attitude to take, because I think people will come in, they usually want to do good projects, and they usually want to do the right thing. They have development meetings with staff. They know what's allowed, how it goes forward. I just think that we're putting up more regulation, and that's one of the things, the problem that California has in general, and something we're doing specifically is just adding more time and more regulation for people that want to actually invest in Oceanside. So I can't support this.
Thank you. Mr. Feller, please.
Thank you. The interested party list consists of 12 people. Most community meetings consist of 5 or 6 people, generally the same people. I did want to, why we're not providing any special noticing for the Morrow Hills area, and I got an answer back that they all know each other out there. Well, I mean, there's a lot of neighborhoods where they all know each other, and so I'm not sure why they're being excluded. I see no need to send to tenants because they don't have any skin in the game. They're renting, and it's the owner of the property that's affected by all of the changes in the area. And you know, I'm pretty sure you know, Chuck has tenants in his buildings all over the city, so well, everywhere you have buildings. And I just think that these regulations, I mean, the new troika can't say they're business friendly anymore. They're talking about the increase in regulations, and these people that are trying to buy these homes are going to pay substantially more, as they already do, and just because of government. And that is just absolutely backwards. And all projects calling for a CUP, that's more money. And why would we even have any zoning if everything's calling for a CUP? The zoning is thrown out the window. If everything's going to call for a CUP, we're going to be bogged down. You're going to need more people in your neck of the woods there, Jeff Flint. And I think that's all okay, one other comment. And I think we should change the color of those signs that are put up on the property, which we already do, to a more fluorescent color that kind of stands out. Yellow kind of blends in an awful lot, and I think more fluorescent, like the green crosswalk signs or something like that, if you could change that. I mean, I'm not going to vote for this, but that's my 2 cents.
Mr. Mullen, please.
Just had a quick question. The expansion of the 15 days relates only to the public hearing notice, because that's my understanding of the motion, because the expanded radius requirements apply to a whole host of notices more than public hearings.
It's a public hearing.
So just to clarify the record, it's only 15 days for a public hearing notice.
Great.
Thank you. Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say that while this also includes Morrow Hills, 500 feet or even 1,500 feet may not hit anything, but it does apply to everyone in the city. And I do understand that a button will be added to our website by this Friday. That will be for upcoming projects. So hopefully it'll make it easier for people to see what's happening in the city and really feel a part of the growth that we're having here. And that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I was concerned several months ago when this item first came up about the costs of doing it, and that's why we've got it out here 3.5 months later. And during that time, in between then and now, I asked several developers about how the costs associated with this mailing notification primarily would impact their projects, and they uniformly replied and said this is nothing compared to the cost of doing the project, and it's simply another step that we have to take. And they said it wasn't going to bother them. So I was relieved, and that was 2 months ago when I started asking the actual developers what the cost would be associated with those projects. So I think that what staff has come up with this evening makes it pretty clear that relative to a project size of several $100,000 or several $1 million, that this is nothing compared to the actual cost of doing projects. So I want to thank staff also for bringing this forward, and thank you.
Mr. Feller.
I agree, this is nothing, but every little nothing adds up to 47 or 60% or whatever it is. It says here, you know, your backup that it does not include Morrow Hills, and that was incorporated into this. Now, Councilmember Sanchez is changing that, so.
Mayor and council members, how the Morrow Hills issue evolved is it was suggested by a citizen at the planning commission level that we include that as a part of the proposal. When we took that to the planning commission, I believe there's two members from the planning commission who actually live in the Morrow Hills, and they both kind of looked at each other, and I'm paraphrasing, but they said, we all know each other, it's such a small community, we're going to know what's going on anyways, we don't need this advance notice. So even though we originally proposed it, what we're doing now is forwarding the planning commission's recommendation that any project in the Morrow Hills area would still, that's subject to the noticing, would still be subject to the 500-foot noticing. It just wouldn't be subject to the 1,500-foot.
Well, I look at it a little bit differently. Closing on that, I look at it a little differently. The developers would like to get, I truly believe, would like to get their input early on before they invested a lot of money into their project. And getting a distance a little more than 300 feet, which is nothing. A larger distance, it's not any number you pick is going to be a good number, but most of the people won't show up, but at least we'll give them the opportunity. And like the developers and the BIA, you know, they would like to have that input early on their project, not when they're halfway through it or almost finished, and then the people won't show up because they got information on it. And cause it's all up here and all the citizens a problem. I think it's a good thing for the cost, and it gets a lot of people. If they want to show up, they will, or they don't show up. But it's a way to get them here in the early stages of a project that I think the developers would like to hear about before they get too much money invested. That's my opinion, and that's what. With that, please vote.
Motion approved, 3-2. Kernan Feller, no.
Thank you very much. We have a chance, please, number 18.
Yes, item number 18 is adoption of resolutions initiating the proceedings for the fiscal year 2015-2016 annual renewal of the Oceanside Lighting District, Assessment District number 2-1991, and setting a public hearing for June 3rd, 2015 at 6 p.m. to confirm the assessments.
Doug, how are you?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Doug Edow, Real Estate Manager, City of Oceanside. The approval of the resolutions before you are needed to renew the annual assessments for the Oceanside Citywide Lighting District. The assessments for 15-16 are to remain the same as the prior year, 14-15. The expenses do not exceed the revenue brought in. And we'd just like to move this forward and set it for public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a seat.
No public on this item.
Okay, and back to the council. Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move that we initiate the proceedings and set a public hearing.
Mr. Kern, second. Okay, Mr. Kern also. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Number 19.
Yes, item number 19 is adoption of resolutions initiating the proceedings for the fiscal year 2015-2016 annual renewal of the city's 11 landscape maintenance assessment districts, setting a public hearing for June 3rd, 2015 at 6 p.m. for the Delaware Hills, Douglas Park, Wahomie Ridge, Marlotto Highlands, Mission Meadows, Peacock Hill, Rancho Hermosa, Santa Fe Mesa, Sunburst Homes, Sunset Hills, and Vista Del Rio landscape maintenance districts, and authorization to initiate a rate increase ballot for the Marlotto Highlands, Mission Meadows A and B, and Rancho Hermosa landscape maintenance assessment districts.
Good, thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Doug Edow, Real Estate Manager, City of Oceanside. The resolutions before you will allow the 11 landscape maintenance assessment districts to levy and assess assessments for fiscal year 15-16. The assessments for 15 and 16 will remain the same as in the prior year, except for the 3 LMADs that have a built-in cost of living increase. The other item that's different than previous years is staff is requesting the initiation of a ballot to increase the assessment for 3 of the LMADs. That's Marlato, Rancho Hermosa, and Mission Meadows A and B for the following year, 16-17, as there are no longer enough reserves to sufficiently manage the maintenance of the LMADs at its current level. Thank you.
No public on this item.
Mr. Feller?
Thank you. I'll move approval.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 20.
Yes, item number 20 is for you, Mayor Jim Wood.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have much, and I will tell you this. I had some minor medical problems over the last couple of weeks. I'm back. I'm feeling good, and thank you for your cards and your get well. I appreciate that. I'll pass because I've been here for a couple of weeks.
Deputy Mayor Lowry.
Well, I'm really pleased to announce that the city has received 40 BASH vouchers. That's for housing for 40 homeless veterans. This is a result of our trip to Washington, D.C. earlier this year, and I was anxious to know how much that was worth, and that's worth about $400,000. So that was a few days in process, and it took a while to get it approved, and I just am just so pleased that we can help our veterans, in particular our homeless veterans, and I want to acknowledge our acting city manager, Michelle, and Jason Dafflin for going to D.C. The weather was beautiful, just like it is here. It was just 25 degrees. That was the only difference. So that's my latest. Also, I attended the groundbreaking along with other council members of the 312,000 square foot FedEx facility, which will bring between 500 and 1,000 new jobs to Oceanside. That was pretty, wow, 1,000 new jobs. Anyway, I also toured yesterday the Boys and Girls Club facility. I went out there for a Reach neighborhood soccer match a couple weeks ago, and didn't see the facility, but yesterday I did. So that's a really great project for our city, and it really helps us keep in touch with our youth who would be beyond. It was a place I grew up with, the original older, I don't know if it was the original, the older one, and it was a great resource for me personally for after school time, so I didn't have to leave my parents around worrying about what I was doing. I just ride my bike over there, and that same thing is offered to kids now, so I really appreciated going through that. And this Saturday, the library is going to place the Adelante bookmobile at Valderrama Park for the Dia de los Niños event, and they'll be there from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So if you want to go over and see one of our bookmobiles in action, that's Saturday at Valderrama Park from 10 to 2, and that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Feller.
Thank you. The Arts Commission met this past week. They had their training on the Brown Act, something I guess we're being sued over for our hotel. So I don't know, maybe we need it too. But update. They got an update on the CIP projects from Gary Kellison about information regarding arts planning in those projects, and they have approved their prioritized funding and support for recommendations to share at the budget workshop next week. Then Parks and Rec had their work plan approved on the 14th, and they will be coming to the council on the 20th for the approval. Heritage Park Day is coming on Saturday, May 2nd. It's a fundraiser for Friends of Oceanside Parks. Daddy-daughter dance is coming up Friday, June 12th. I guess I could take my 3 daughters, 35, 37, and 41. All-class reunion, so that's for you guys, you old people. Is on the 28th of the month, and we have the next Senior Citizen Standing Committee meeting will be on Tuesday, June 16th at 2 o'clock in the City Council chambers. I did attend the Days of Art and the Earth Day celebration. It took and that was on Sunday. I was there, and it was very busy downtown for sure. I only have one other thing that I have listed here, and that is it was my mom's 90th birthday a week ago, and I went up for her birthday celebration. It was really pretty fun to know that she's 90 and she's in better shape than I am. So it's pretty. I'm afraid I'm going to live that long, and that's the hard part. So,
Mr. Curran.
Thank you. I attended the Days of Art and the Earth Day celebration, and actually I was at the Days of Art 4 different times because I was schlepping books in and out for the Friends of the Library selling books, and they did very well. They sold about $2,400 worth of books, which is at $1 and $2 per book. It's quite a few books that they sold this weekend, but it was, I think, better attended than last year. Did Jack, you get that sense that there was more people down there than last year? Yeah. Yeah, so they're doing a very good job marketing that. And then Jack went through all the announcements. The only other thing I really want to announce is this Saturday I'll be attending the San Diego Farmers celebration that Mike Milano, actually Milano Company, is going to be Farmer of the Year for San Diego County. But it's not Mike Milano Sr. or Mike Milano Jr., it's Mike Milano, the nephew. Evidently, they find a name and they kind of stick with it. So the idea that there's several Mike Milanos, but it's basically the Milano Company. But they're going to receive the Farmer of the Year for San Diego County, and I'm going to attend that event in Valley Center. So that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Sanchez. Thank you. Well, I wanted to announce a couple of things that are happening on May 1st, May Day, my birthday. The Art Walk is happening, and you all have to come down here for that because it's really, really amazing. There's also, on that day, the 10th anniversary of the Wally Malafua Day. So, and that's at Oceanside High, and we've got a great tradition for Oceanside High. We've got 3 members on the council that graduated from Oceanside High, so we'll definitely be represented. And then on May 2nd is Heritage Park Day, and that's pretty exciting. That's a fundraiser for Friends of Oceanside Parks. There'll be an antique car show, food, fun, music for the whole family. Hope to see you there. It's from 12 to 4 p.m. on Saturday, May 2nd. And happy May Day coming up. Thanks.
Could I have the city attorney's report closed session?
Thank you. The council met in closed session to discuss the following items. Item 1, conference with labor negotiator on the status of negotiations involving the Oceanside City Employees Association. The council did meet and give direction to its negotiator. There's no reportable action at this time. Item 2A, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matter of San Diegans for open government versus city et al. That may be misprinted as San Diegans. I believe it's San Diegan for open government versus city et al. Case number 37, 2014, 00039-463. Council had an informational-only briefing. No action to report. Item 2B, conference of legal counsel on anticipated litigation in one case involving a threat of litigation from Del Oro Gateway LLC. Again, the council discussed, gave direction, but there's no reportable action. Finally, the council met on items 3A and B involving conference with the real estate negotiator. Item 3A is involving the following properties: a portion of Rancho Del Oro Drive right-of-way north of State Route 78, 2, portion of Haymar Drive right-of-way south of State Route 78 west of College Boulevard, 3, a portion of the relinquished right-of-way at southeast corner of State Route 76 and Airport Road. The negotiating parties are City of Oceanside and BGT Media, Outfront Media, and Lamar Outdoor Advertising. And the negotiations are price and terms for the use of the real property. That is an informational only item. There was no action to report. Item 3B, conference with real property negotiator involving the Goat Hill Golf Course. Negotiating parties City of Oceanside and Goat Hill Park LLC. And the negotiations are price and terms for a potential amendment to the lease. Again, there's no action to report on that item.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess until 6 o'clock, and we'll start our second half of the council meeting. If you haven't been here before, out the doors, up the stairs, bathrooms, and water. And recess, please, for 15 minutes. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming back for the second half of the council meeting. A couple of housekeeping things. If you have a pager or a cell phone, put it on vibrate or silent. We'd appreciate it. And we'll get started, and my aide will explain some of the things that are going on.
Please stand for the invocation and pledge. Tonight's invocation will be delivered by City Clerk Zach Dick, who is also youth pastor for the Fields Church.
Please bow your heads. Father, we come before you to say thank you. Thank you for the privilege, the blessing, the honor it is to reside here in the city of Oceanside. We come together as a diverse community of different backgrounds, different beliefs, different presents, and different futures, yet one common goal, and that is the betterment of this community. We seek your guidance, wisdom, and discernment during the deliberations that transpire this evening, and we lift up our council members, Councilmember Feller, Deputy Mayor Lowry, Mayor Wood, Councilmember Sanchez, and Councilmember Kern. Would you grant them peace and wisdom during their discussions this evening, that we could further the cause of improving this community for the betterment of everyone. We say all these things in your precious name. Amen.
Tonight's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Frank Lanza, Senior Volunteer for the Oceanside Police Department.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You can be seated. Thank you very much, and thank you, our senior volunteers. And we also have people from the police department that are explorers. But thank you for all the free work you do for us. Thank you. I doubled your pay.
Will Elma Sanchez from Human Resources please come forward for the presentation of Employee Service Awards?
Come on, Ollie. All managers.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, elected officials, and department directors. Please form a line in the center of the dais.
These service awards are very important, and thank you for letting us do them.
Good evening, Mayor Wood, council members, department directors, and the representatives, and everyone in the audience. It's with great pleasure that tonight we present to you those employees who have reached the praiseworthy accomplishment of 20 and 25 years of service. When your name is called, please come forward. Pamela Bardanian. Pamela began her career with the City of Oceanside on April 30, 1995 as a dispatcher 2 with the Oceanside Police Department. She currently serves as a communications supervisor in the police department. Let's congratulate Pamela for 20 years of service to our community with a round of applause. Next, we have Greg D. Avila. Greg began his career with the City of Oceanside on January 29, 1995 as a firefighter paramedic with the Oceanside Fire Department. Greg advanced to fire engineer and currently serves as a fire captain with the fire department. Let's congratulate Greg for 20 years of service to our community with a round of applause. Thank you, Greg. Next we have Bernard Kinnett. Bernard began his career with the City of Oceanside on April 24, 1995 as a technical assistant in building and code enforcement. Bernard advanced in the department and currently serves as a Code Enforcement Officer 3 with the Code Enforcement Division. Let's congratulate Bernard for 20 years of service to our community with a round of applause. Thank you, Bernard. Next, we will acknowledge employees with 25 years of service. Yancy Blackwell. Yancy began his career with the City of Oceanside on April 22, 1990 as a police officer. He currently still serves as a police officer with the Oceanside Police Department. Let's congratulate Yancy for 25 years of service to our community with a round of applause. Thank you, Yancy. Next we have Daniel Cavatino. Daniel began his career with the City of Oceanside on January 21, 1990 as a Maintenance Worker 1 in the Water Utilities Department. He is currently serving as a Utility Worker in Water Utilities. Let's congratulate Daniel for 25 years of service to our community with a round of applause. Thank you, Daniel. Next we have Brett Lucor. Brett began his career with the City of Oceanside on January 8, 1990 as a lab trainee in the Water Utilities Department. He currently serves as a lab assistant in Water Utilities. Brett is an exemplary employee, a pleasure to work with, and a great asset to the lab and citizens of Oceanside. Let's congratulate Brett for 25 years of service to our community with a round of applause. Thank you, Brett. And do we have Charles Naiva tonight? Doesn't look like he's here, so we can skip him. Next, we have Severo Martinez. Severo began his career with the City of Oceanside on March 18, 1990 as a custodian in the Police Department. Severo currently serves as lead custodian in the Police Building Maintenance Division. Let's congratulate Severo for 25 years of service to our community with a round of applause. Thank you, Severo. Next, we have Vicki Sandoval. Vicki began her career with the City of Oceanside on April 15, 1990 as a Public Services Officer in the Police Department and currently serves as Field Evidence Technician. Vicki has served in patrol, investigations, and special enforcement. While in the investigations unit, one of her duties was maintaining and registering sex registrants. At the time, Vicki maintained this program solo and was recognized for her service several times in this area. Let's congratulate Vicki for 25 years of service to our community with a round of applause. Thanks, Vicki. And lastly, but not least, Valencia Warner-Sabat. Valencia began her career with the City of Oceanside on February 25, 1990 as a Public Services Officer in the Police Department. During her time in the Police Department, Valencia held the position of Police Officer, Corporal, Sergeant, and currently serves as a Police Lieutenant. Let's congratulate Valencia for 25 years of service to our community with a round of applause. Thank you, Valencia, and thank you everyone who came out to support our employees. This concludes our service award presentation.
Thank you, everybody. 20 years of service is real common. So good employees that stay around that long time is certainly a good thing. Thank you for listening.
Next, we have a proclamation for the American Legion Auxiliary Poppy Month. Please come forward when I call your name. Suzanne Brewer, ALA Unit 136 Poppy Chairman. Kim Kane, ALA Unit 146 President. Mary Thurston, ALA Unit 146 Public Relations. And I'd like to invite any additional ALA Unit 146 members who would like to come forward to come into the circle, please. Proclamation in honor of Poppy Month, May 2015. Whereas America is a land of freedom, preserved and protected willingly and freely by citizen soldiers, and whereas millions who have answered the call to arms have died on the field of battle, and whereas a nation at peace must be reminded of the price of war and the debt owed to those who have died in war, and whereas the red poppy has been designated as a symbol of sacrifice of lives in all wars, and whereas the American Legion Auxiliary of Oceanside, Unit 136, has pledged to remind America annually of this debt through the distribution of the memorial flower, now therefore be it resolved that I, Jim Ward, Mayor of the City of Oceanside, California, do hereby proclaim May 2015 as Poppy Month in Oceanside, and ask that all citizens pay tribute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the name of freedom by wearing the memorial poppy during this period and on Memorial Day, issued this 22nd day of April 2015.
Just a little history on the poppies, and this all started with one lady in New York, and her name was Miss Melina Michael, and she was so moved by the poppy in Flanders Fields that was written that she started making the poppies and passing them out, and that's why we continue doing this today.
Anyhow, this is very special. My dad used to do this for the DAV, and we're honoring all those military personnel. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can get one of these things and buy one, it's really a great honor. Thank you very much. And proclamations for you. I want to make sure you go.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Donations for these poppies as they go through. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have a proclamation for Fair Housing Month. Will Robert McEway, Chairman of the Oceanside Housing Commission, please come forward along with Marjorie Pierce, Neighborhood Services Director, and Cecilia Duran, Management Analyst for the Neighborhood Services Department. Proclamation in honor of Fair Housing Month, April 2015. Whereas the Fair Housing Act was signed on April 11, 1968, just 1 week after the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., and whereas this landmark bill, Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, resulted from the hard work and leadership of Dr. King and others in the Civil Rights Movement. And whereas this act was an important step forward confronting discrimination against minorities in housing throughout the United States, and whereas this act has helped open doors of opportunity for countless families since its passage, making significant progress in achieving equal housing access for all individuals. And whereas all Americans should know their housing rights, which protect citizens of the United States from discrimination based on race, color, creed, national origin, sex, or handicap. And whereas Fair Housing Month provides an opportunity to place special emphasis on the goal of increasing home ownership throughout our community, enabling all to achieve the American dream. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Jim Wood, Mayor of the City of Oceanside, do hereby proclaim April 2015 as Fair Housing Month and encourage citizens of Oceanside to become more aware of their rights and responsibilities within our community. Issued this 22nd day of April 2015.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. In April, we come together as a community and a nation to celebrate the anniversary of the passing of the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which is to eliminate housing discrimination and create equal opportunity to housing choice in every community. We will continue to work to ensure that our residents, regardless of race, color, religion, national origin, sex, familial status, and disability, has access to neighborhoods of opportunity where our children can attend quality schools, our environment allows us to be healthy, and economic opportunities and self-sufficiency can grow. Fair housing is your right. Use it.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for them. I thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Closed session.
At this time, Jody Diamond may come forward to speak on behalf of the Boys and Girls Club.
We didn't have public.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. We just wanted to share with you all the amazing things that have been happening at the Boys and Girls Club of Oceanside. On the screen, you will find pictures of the programs that I'll be talking about. As you may be aware, we have implemented an organization-wide STEAM program called Full Steam Ahead. Through project and interest-based programming, youth are offered a kaleidoscope of opportunities, and we are able to complement and support the school district curriculum. For instance, third graders researched, designed, and crafted their own solar oven made out of recycled material. Elementary youth are learning about the ecological system, experimenting with biodomes, comparing and contrasting natural resources versus use of a biodome in the garden. You will see our Wellness Warriors program, which promotes and educates youth on healthy lifestyles and decision-making skills. This past December, we received an ongoing grant from California Department of Education to provide meals during the school year. So we are now feeding 100 youth daily. The unintended consequence of this program is that our teens have stepped up and are now responsible for heating the food for the younger ones. It is a time for them to give to others, as well as a time to socialize in the kitchen with one another. We are now looking to implement a culinary arts program with a business plan for youth to run a cafe, provide for the community, and be paid for their work. At Roosevelt Middle School, we are able to offer a fabulous dance club led by staff who is a member of an award-winning dance troupe with MTV. He travels around the globe and is able to bring back to our kids not only new techniques for dancing, but the ability to share different cultures, from China to Russia to Germany. Our youth have been able to perform at our Boys and Girls Night Out event, as well as this past summer at the Oceanside Pier. As you know, our building sits empty from 9 a.m. until 2 p.m. as children are in school. So in order to maximize our usage, we partnered with Miracosta College and wrote a business plan to San Diego Regional Center to offer a unique program for adults with developmental disabilities called ROADS. We are now vendored through SDRC and will continue to partner with Oceanside Unified School District as youth with disabilities transition out of school to a program that can meet their social and life skill needs. There have been many events over this past year. Just last week, we held our first ever volunteer recognition event, awarding to youth and adults who have given their time and talents to BGCO. Some of the youth are here tonight, and they will speak in just a moment. Upcoming, we will be holding our Mother's Day Pancake Breakfast on May 9th, where over 300 attendees will be munching and celebrating their mom. Our infamous Academic Achievement Award ceremony is May 21st, where we will announce our Youth of the Year, who will then compete for the county title. We would love to see you all there. We could not have done this work without our amazing partners, City of Oceanside, who has supported Libby Summer Camp, the Oceanside Arts Commission with a fabulous grant that has enhanced our National Fine Arts program. And last week we were just informed that we have 3 National Fine Arts finalists whose work is shown up on the screen here. Other partners include Genentech, Seroptimist, Oceanside Police Department, Vista Community Clinic, North County Health Services, Moonlight Foundation, Miracosta College, Cal State San Marcos, San Diego State, to name a few. There is so much more upcoming summer camp, golf tournament, Boys and Girls Night Out October 3rd. So please like us on Facebook so that you too can follow and be in the know.
I would like to have some of our teams, we have Jesus Perez, Patty Navarro Vega, Jacinto Alvarez, and Isai Vasquez just have a brief moment if they might.
I come to the Boys and Girls Club because it's a safe environment.
My name's Patty Vega, and my reason for going to the Boys and Girls Club is because they make you feel like a family. And it's as if you're at home, but you're really not.
My name is Jesus Perez, and I represent the Boys and Girls Club of Oceanside. And I go there because I feel safe and I can be myself.
Hi, my name is Isai Vasquez. I've been going to the Boys and Girls Club since 8th grade, and ever since I've been going there, like, my life's been changing, like, it's different than before, so I thank the Boys and Girls Club a lot.
And I just wanted to add one small thing. We have a fabulous board of directors and a truly amazing staff. You may not know this, but this past February, our CEO, Jody Diamond, was awarded as a finalist for the most admired CEO for a nonprofit in San Diego County. It was quite an honor for our club. I would like to also thank the City of Oceanside for their support of Boys and Girls Club. Thank you.
And this is Jana May as well, so she'll just give a wave.
At this time, our next speaker is going to be Gina Thomas and Carrie Hutchinson.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for allowing myself, Gina Thomas, and Carrie Hutchinson to come here. We are just wanting to welcome you, to thank you for allowing us to have the Ironman 70.3 California at Oceanside triathlon again this year. That took place on March 27th. I do want to say that it was a huge success, and a lot of that has to do with all the partnerships that we have here. This is the 14th year that the City of Oceanside has hosted it, 10 years for me working it, the last 5 being as the race director. And then my volunteer director here, Carrie Hutchinson, who also is a local, it's his first year with us in this official capacity. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that I tell my team and that this is our mission statement that I came up with 5 years ago, and it was to elevate the experience of this race so that all involved, being athletes, spectators, staff, captains, and volunteers, will be inspired to return with the passion and excitement each and every year this race is held to embrace the local community that grants us permission to use their resources. And I really stress that with everybody, from our athletes to our volunteers to our staff, just how important it is to make sure that we care for the city and be thankful and show our gratitude. Do want to say that this race, in the 5 years that I have been race director for it, working hard with Leslie Gall, we have worked at turning this into a destination race. 5 years ago, our athletes would stay 2 to 3 nights. Now they're 3 to 7 nights. It has really become quite the destination. Out of 3,136 athletes, 84% of those athletes traveled to this race. So we were really excited to see those numbers there. We actually had close to 200 that were international athletes that came over. Just in the New England area, we had almost 200 athletes coming. These are just athletes. They're bringing their families and staying longer, and of course, I'm sure they wanted to warm up while they were out here. And so with Leslie, we've worked really hard with the hotels and with the restaurants and just a variety of activities, and with our various landing pages going back and forth through each other. It has really created an experience for these athletes.
In fact, so much so, 5 years ago, we sold out by November. Last year, we sold out less than 48 hours last July. So it has definitely become a race to come and see, and a lot of that has to do with the city and the way that we embrace our athletes here. We also, once we sell out, we have what we call our Ironman Foundation slots. What these are is where athletes will pay twice the entry fee. That extra additional revenue actually goes into a community funding that goes back into the city to help out with the nonprofits, with the military units that in lieu of their volunteer service, or just we see a need in the city, we grant funding for. Just some of the things that we've sent the grants to is for College Bound, Ivy Ranch PTO, the Junior Guards Booster Club, King Middle School PTSO, Main Street Foundation, MLK Cross Country, Motino YMCA, New Song Community Church, Oceanside American Little League, Oceanside Aquatics Program Association, Oceanside High School, who opens up their parking lot for us to utilize, Oceanside High School Baseball, Oceanside Lacrosse, Oceanside Swim Club, Oceanside Yacht Club, and then the Oceanside Police Officers Association, so that we can help fund the canine medical needs there. So we just wanted to thank you again. Our date for next year is April 2nd, and we're looking forward to it. It's the week after Easter. But anyways, we are just very thankful and grateful. I love my city. I love my job. Love my harbor. Love my pier. And we work really hard to bridge the community. Having been to other Ironman races where I literally have seen the town shut down and embrace, that's kind of my feel for that. And we do a fine job, all of our patrons here. So,
if I may.
Yes.
I want to thank you. Over 5 years, we really enjoyed it, but what I notice when I go down is all you volunteers, all the students, all the Marines. I want you to thank them for us, and we did enjoy it. I wasn't able to run and participated in this year. I think next year Jack's turn.
Yes, we do have to apologize to the deputy mayor that the cannon didn't go off properly.
It's my cannon. Thank you.
But we will extend that to the volunteers from the military.
Thank you
very much.
Next we have Robert Markley.
Robert Markley, 200 North Hill, Camino Real, speaking as a private citizen. I'd like to know why Councilman Jack Feller finds it necessary to hang one of his political banners on city property. This is his political banner that's hanging as we speak on the outfield fence of the baseball diamond in Martin Luther King Park. I think this should be removed forthwith and not replaced. Thank you. I'm going to submit this into evidence. It's a record of the meeting.
Next we have Jimmy Knott. Jimmy Knott.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Cherry Lane. If you remember back in December, this council charged staff with addressing a problem that everybody has here in Oceanside. And tomorrow, they're going to be doing it. And this is the coastal zone parking study, and I'm reminding the public that tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. down at the Beach Community Center at 300 North Strand, they're going to be taking and holding a meeting, an open meeting for anybody to take, especially those people who reside or have an interest in that blue shaded area, to take and please come down and express yourself on any parking issues, whether it has to do with high occupancy dwelling units, tandem parking, lift parking, guest parking, whether you live in a condominium, apartment complexes, whether you're a renter, whether you're an owner, or even just a visitor. This is very important. If you can't even make it, staff has made available points and available for contacting Russ Cunningham through the city and also calling his office and also doing a survey online. You can be contacted at 760-435-3525 or at that email address there. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adam Brown.
How you doing today? My name's Adam Brown. I've lived here for about 4 years. I'm sitting here begging for the city council to have an issue here for what's been going on with the police department and me. Constant runaround. Constant runaround with the police department. I just had a meeting a couple weeks ago with a captain. I apologize, I can't pronounce his last name. Fred, they know him as. It wasn't much of a meeting, it was just him saying, no, we're not going to do anything else, and him being extremely upset with the meeting I had with Mr. Kearns here. I just had a conversation with him right outside there. It wasn't much of a conversation because any question he asked me, he wouldn't let me get 2 words in and he'd interrupt. He finally said, we are not going to have anything, we're not going to talk about anything until I get mental health. Now another conversation I had, or another meeting I had, I did not know about because they talked to my dad. My dad came up, this was a week after I had a meeting with that captain. I did not go to that meeting. Okay, it turned out not to be another captain, it turned out to just be a regular officer down there. And when I called this officer up and talked to him, he's telling me to move. I've been here 4 years. The issues I had with the police department and Sergeant Rainwater had been minute. It snowballed into a huge problem. And now Captain Fred is sitting there trying to play me as 5150. I don't know how else to go about this. They're shutting their mouth. They're not listening to me at all. If there's any way here anybody will talk to me, I didn't know why I'm being told to move by your police department. And I've never been arrested, never, by your police department. In fact, they never even come to my house unless I called them, except for 2 weeks ago, and that was because I called Captain Fred again. So, once again, I appreciate this. If anybody can give me a hand, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ruth Jameson.
Good evening, Mayor Wood and Council. I'm here as a private citizen with a concern about the fire hazard in my community. I live in Rancho Hermosa, which is a small senior community located just below Oceana. We have one way in and one way out on Rancho del Oro. San Ramos goes down the hill to an apartment complex where there are hundreds of people residing down there. It led into a kind of a wooded area which was supposed to be developed at some time. But I've been there for 6 years and nothing has happened, so I'm not looking for it to happen anytime soon. My concern is that with the fire season coming up and the surrounding hills browner than they ever have been, Our community is surrounded with eucalyptus trees. Now, if a fire gets started on the downward slope next to 76 and goes up the hill, we're trapped. There's no way out. If you look on the map, you will see that there is kind of a road where we're supposed to go out onto 76 going down the hill. And my question and hope is that this can kind of be graded as an emergency exit for us if a fire does occur. We have a lot of senior citizens in my community that have a hard time walking. They have pets. If we had a fire engine on just one of those little roads up there, it would be a tremendous heartache. We would have people trapped, and who knows what could happen. So please, maybe Commissioner Sanchez, you would be able to put this on your list of things for the Senior Commission to be concerned with, not just for Rancho Hermosa, but possibly for Oceana as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Todd Nash.
Hi. My name is Todd Nash. I'm a property owner at 1763 Yucca Road in the Fire Mountain area of Oceanside. I'm certain that council members and staff are fully aware of the 4th District Court of Appeals decision to strike down San Juan Capistrano's tiered water rate structure, saying that it violated Proposition 218 that was passed by voters back in 1996. While the tiered rate structure for water consumption has been widely talked about in the news, to my knowledge, the subject of tiered rates for pass-through fees has not been talked about. The City of Oceanside website page for the explanation of utility services describes various pass-through fees that are based on meter size and water usage. Although these fees are developed by the water authorities, they are adopted by the city. I request that whoever is reviewing the legal authority and substantiation of the tiered water rates also review the legal authority and appropriateness of assigning pass-through fees that appear to be arbitrary based on meter size and water usage.
Our final speaker is Lita Marley. Marley? Oh, I'm so sorry, Morales.
Buenas noches. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Lita Morales, and I want to thank you, all of you, for giving me this opportunity. I work with San Diego P, an organization. I'm sorry. The San Diego P means San Diego Organizing Project. And we've been working locally and national-wide also. The organization works in 20 different states around the country. And we've been doing a regional campaigns. What we've been learning, and we heard over and over, that one of the problems, number one, that the community deals with is the high prices on rent. For families of low income, it's really hard. And the statistics show that 80% of these low-income families spend more than 30% just on paying the rent. I'm missing my glasses here. I'm here to ask on behalf of them to the city council members if we can work together on this, if we can do anything possible to change this for our low-income families. We see this as an urgent matter, and we're willing and we love to see if we can work together. I want to thank you for your time, and have a good night.
Thank you.
No further public on this item.
Thank you very much. I would request, first request for item 31.
Yes, item number 31 is request by Councilmember Sanchez to reestablish the Senior Commission, direction of staff.
Thank you. And I believe we have some of the seniors, I don't know if you were able to stay. Can you stand, those that had served before on the Senior Commission? Yessa and Dick. Here we go. Yes, sir. Dick, thank you very much, Dick, and Viesa, thank you so much for all the service that you have done in the past. This is my request that we bring back the Senior Commission. I believe that our seniors are the backbone of a lot of the things that we do here in Oceanside. We couldn't have, for example, the library and have the long hours. We couldn't have all these programs. Seniors do so much for us, and right now, because of the cuts that we had to make, we have put the senior committee under and within the Parks and Rec Commission. I believe it's time for us to bring you guys back. You have so many experiences. You've lived long lives. You certainly know how to get things done. And so it's my motion that we bring back the Senior Commission.
Thank you. Do you have a second on that? Okay. I'll second it for Doc. Thank you. And
Yes, we have 3 members of the public wishing to speak on this item. For this time, I believe it's Terry. I apologize if I pronounced your last name incorrect. Terry. Yeah, thank you.
Evening, Mayor and council members. I haven't been here in quite some time, so I'm just, hopefully, you want to reestablish the Senior Commission.
Yes.
Why it was disabled or what was it? Canceled or whatever. Maybe did everybody die on it or something? I can't remember what the reason that
No.
that they canceled it anyway. If you do reestablish it, I hope that you put a lot of the old members back in if you can, and if you decide to make trails and all that along the path, by the Senior Commission, El Corazon, you could probably make quite a bit of money with the memorial benches. A lot of people, die off, and maybe they'll donate the money to make benches out there and help in the thing in there to buy a few pots and pans for the kitchen. I don't know what else to say. I just hope that you reestablish it. And it's nice seeing you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry, for your service, too. I didn't recognize you. Terry Bernal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jimmy Knott.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane, and I'm 60 years old. I can gladly say that. No longer can be said I'm a kid, and I attended since I was about, I'd say in my 40s, the Senior Commission, since I represented the senior community, and has continuously represented the senior community since way back in the 90s. What I can say is that the Senior Commission served a useful purpose for this city. And the reason why they did is that they represented us into a broader area. And what areas did they serve? Sandag and the groups that they are associated with, as an example, for funding purposes and getting funding for different programs that were associated with transportation. They were our representatives to them in getting funding. They were also our representatives to different health programs that they were there. They were our backbone that you did not see that they went down because they had the name commissioner behind them. When they ceased to take and have this name,
they also took and ceased to have that little bit of name validation behind them. You have here the Senior Citizens Day, when you see that. The Senior Citizens Day has basically not as prestigious as it once was. And what has happened is before, Dick, I can tell you, he and Jim used to take, another gentleman there, used to take and get a lot of donations and did a lot of public service, working together with the community. And the Senior Citizens Commission interweaved with the community a whole blanket of programs that helped out. This is something that we really are missing, is that interweaving. And this is what is so important, is getting that interweaving together. So we need to take and reestablish that. Now, with the current program that we have, with the standing committee, is a good backup, but it's only a backup. We need to take and elevate it so that we have some people there that can say, we represent the council on issues. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Fiesta, is that?
Good evening, Mayor and council people. I have come today to support the nomination or decision of the Senior Citizen Commission. I've been on the committee for some time, and after 4 years of not having that privilege of helping the seniors, I have been involved with a lot of seniors who are asking for help. We sort of forget them in their needs. I just recently, one of the seniors came and asked me, what can I do to change the bus route? I don't know what to do. I have to stand and wait for a bus. I have to walk so many blocks before I can get to the bus. I didn't know who to contact, so I called the bus company itself. They got a bench for the seniors at a certain corner. But that's just one of the many things that the seniors have problems. They have issues with housing, lodging, even finances. Even though we can't help them, we can give them some advice or some place for them to go. I think as a committee, we can represent the seniors, as well as we have committees for children. We have committees for adults, but we forget the seniors, and I hope that we can support them with the committee. Thank you.
No further public on this item.
Thank you. With that, let's go to item 30. I'm sorry, I'm daydreaming. Go ahead. And yes, I know you do.
Oh,
go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. So, when I was on city council in 2010, we did have a senior commission, and at that time I went to their primary outreach event, which was the Senior Expo that was out at the El Corazon Senior Center. Last year, when I was researching what I wanted to know what was going on with the city before I was elected, when I was still in the campaign research mode. And I asked city staff about what actually the senior commission did when they existed. And I was told that the primary project they had was the Senior Expo. Then I asked how much it cost us as a city to pay city staff to participate with the senior commission, and I was told that was at least $50,000 a year. So eventually the senior commission was discontinued when the city was in a lot of cutbacks, and so earlier this year we reinstated we added to the Parks and Rec Commission the Senior committee. This was created to be a standing committee that would do the same work as the Senior Commission did. However, it would be within the Parks and Rec Commission, which would give them the resources that are already in place. So it was not a matter of starting everything all over again. Since then, I've asked, my office aide, Don Green has asked, what is the status of the senior committee within the Parks and Rec Commission? And he was told that there are so far 4 people on it, and that they have created an outreach event in July that's to be at the Senior Center. It's an energy, water, and water conservation, waste conservation resource fair. So at this fair, we've already secured a commitment from SDG&E to help seniors learn how they can save their energy costs, and also to let them know about programs that are available. In addition to that, we will have our city water staff there to give people inside information on what they need to know so they can maintain their lower water bills. So the senior committee set this up because they need to be doing outreach into the community. And I want to point out that this did not cost us $50,000 to do, and the cost for an event like this will be next to nothing because we will be using a city facility for it. So I hope that we as a council can support the senior committee being a part of the Parks and Rec Commission, so that we can give our seniors the voice that they need and a resource aside from calling the city to find out about what's going on in the community. And I would suggest that there are more people who need to be participating with that senior committee, and the more people who are participating, the more resources that will be available and the more outreach events we should be able to do. So I hope that we are able to continue with that senior committee approach and save that $50,000 to operate one event. I hope that we also have realized that Parks and Rec is very supportive of our seniors, and that the senior center the 2 senior centers are great resources for what we have in the community right now. So I hope that we can continue to grow our senior outreach programs and bring in more people to be involved directly with the senior committee. So thank you.
Mr. Kern?
Thank you. When we basically did our cutbacks because of that, the downturn in the economy, we did away with the youth commission. We did away with a lot because we had a lot of commissions. It's not that we abandoned them or did away with the services that we provide. We just did it in a different way. And I agree with the deputy mayor that we have a standing committee that addresses a lot of those needs. I think one of Dick's storyboards there talks about Senior Expo. Well, that was been taken over by the chamber, and quite frankly, the chamber does an excellent job promoting it and putting it on. So that expo is, which was to me the primary function of the senior committee before, it's been handled by somebody else. So the seniors' issues are being addressed, and I think letting the standing committee work with Parks and Rec and using the existing staff to work for seniors, and I know we do taxes for seniors at the senior center. We have the bingo out there. We have all those things at the senior center. At the present time, I don't think we need the senior commission. I think we let the senior committee, standing committee work, and then see what happens. Because I think right now all the issues are being addressed through a different means instead of establishing a senior commission. So I can't support this right now because of cost and because we are addressing those needs in a different fashion. Thank you.
Mr. Feller, please.
Pardon me, thank you. I could go either way on this. In 2002, I think it was, we, as a representative on Sandag at that time, we got the senior transportation program as a pilot program up here, and that was done with input from a lot of people, but it is what the Sandag rep does and should be doing for the community. That being said, there's an awful lot that does
get accomplished by a small committee, and I think the group that's on that standing senior committee is pretty energetic. Viesa sits at, every time I go in the senior center, she's taking tickets or, having something to do with helping the seniors in her own way. And I love that about volunteers doing those things, but for us to go ahead and have a committee, if it's a commission, it's not absolutely necessary. There's a huge process to reestablish an entire commission. You have 9 members on the Parks and Rec Commission right now, and there at least 5 or 6 of them are senior status, so you're not getting too many young people involved in it anyway. So, I think this is maybe just not the right time for it. If there becomes more things, more events that need senior activities planned and that type of thing, maybe that would be something for the future. But as far as from what I've heard, I don't see stepping into this and doing this. So at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that our seniors deserve to be empowered once again. I think that the Senior Expo of old was something that was so well attended by our seniors. It was on a Saturday. It wasn't like on an afternoon for 2-3 hours. I appreciate that the Chamber has taken over the event or is doing something, but it really isn't what was the expo of that our seniors did. Our seniors have done so much in terms of trying to find out, and I'm saying seven people really is what we need. We don't need just 3 people. That is a whole big burden to try to address a community with so many seniors. I want to thank again all the seniors that served on our senior commission for years and years and years. This was a tradition here in Oceanside of empowering our seniors. The youth commission that we tried to do was very difficult because we were asking high school students basically to take some additional time off to serve, and it was something that someday it'll come back because of that energy. There wasn't that energy. There is energy from our senior members in our community. I want to also thank Brian Crew, who went around the community and talked to seniors, and that was one of their big things, is that they said they needed a commission. They wanted to be able to talk to the city council in a formal way. I disagree with the notion that, okay, having staff there, okay, that's kind of a waste. That's and I don't believe it would have been $50,000. I do believe that when we have this, we hear from everyone from the community, and we have a better system of deciding how to, what to cover in terms of funding. We always have to have priorities. We, of course, have priorities that affect seniors, affect our youth, and I really think that, Councilmember Feller, I would hope that you would give us back the Senior Commission by voting yes. Thank you.
Please vote.
Motion fails. Kern, Lowry, Feller, no.
Please do number 30. 30, please.
Yes, item number 30 is adoption of a resolution approving conditional use permit RCUP 14-0004 regular coastal permit RRP 14-00007, and waiver of location criteria to allow a tattoo establishment, including 7 tattoo stations, a body piercing station, and a tattoo museum within an existing 1,128 square foot commercial tenant space located at 212 North Coast Highway, Oceanside Tattoo and Museum, applicant Jason and Melissa Betts.
As Mayor, I'll open this public hearing and ask for disclosures of the council.
Only applicant and applicant's rep.
I talked with staff and the applicant's rep and the public about this item.
Is that yours?
The applicant, his family from a previous council agenda, staff, quite a few calls and contacts from people regarding the issue.
Staff, the representative left me a couple of messages and emails. That was Marco Gonzalez. Also, members of the community, several emails in opposition. Thank you.
Applicant staff are the applicant's representative. That's it.
Thank you. Correspondence or petitions?
We received one comment from the public, and council received that public comment as well.
Thank you. Okay. Bill?
Good evening, Mayor Wood, members of the City Council. This evening, Council is being asked to consider an application by Oceanside Tattoo and Museum for a business location in the downtown at 212 North Coast Highway. That application has been made by Jason and Melissa Betts, and the applicants are being represented this evening by Marco Gonzalez with Coastal Group. The city zoning ordinance classifies tattoo establishments along with other types of uses as regulated uses. And that whole concept is it's a concept from a land use perspective that is somewhat unique to the city of Oceanside. And in order to understand what regulated uses are and what the intent is in terms of managing them, we've provided the intent statement from the redevelopment code. What that says is in the development and execution of this ordinance, it is recognized that there are some uses which, because of certain factors such as nature of operation, type of clientele, hours of operation, they can create conditions harmful to the public health, welfare, and safety when such uses are allowed to become numerous or concentrated within a limited geographical area, or when such uses exist in residential neighborhoods. Special regulations separating such uses from each other and from nearby residential areas are therefore necessary to protect the community from consequent blight, depreciated property value. That's the basis for regulated uses. And again, tattoo establishments are not the only use that's classified as a regulated use. There are other types of uses that also embody these characteristics and are managed in a similar way. What the code does is require a certain separation between regulated uses and also separation between regulated uses and residential districts. Just a quick review of the proposed project. As I've indicated, it is a tattoo establishment proposal for the downtown. The applicant is proposing 7 tattoo stations, including 1 body piercing station, and also a tattoo museum. That museum would be located within the customer waiting area at the entry of the business, and would operate in a 1,128 square foot tenant space located within the Artist Alley business of the downtown. Property is general plan designated redevelopment. It's within Subdistrict 1 of the redevelopment zoning ordinance planning area. The purpose and intent of that district is provided by code. It states that to provide a commercial, retail, and office complex offering a wide variety of goods and services to both the community at large and to tourists and visitors, residential uses are encouraged when and where appropriate. And when we look at the provisions of the local coastal plan, if we look at also the redevelopment zoning ordinance and other provisions, they also mirror very similar types of intent and land use objectives with regard to development within this area. The applicant has also prepared and submitted an operations and management plan, which we've made part of the public record. It's part of your packet. What that'll do is that'll provide some general operational guidance to assure that both provisions within the zoning ordinance and state law provisions are complied with. The plans we're showing now are both a plot plan and a site plan. I'm going to use the cursor here to provide a little bit of orientation. The plot plan, which is shown to the left here, shows the proposed tenant space cross-hatched, and here we can see the doorways. As we can see the cursor here, we've got basically 7 tenant spaces along the Artist Alley row. These 7 tenant spaces, at this point in time, I think the last time that staff walked this area to check the status of it, 4 of these 7 spaces are presently vacant. The plan to the right, the proposed floor plan, is shows the layout within this area here. The front waiting area has a set of computer stations that would allow potential clients to look at to review the work and designs that they might contemplate. There are a number of booths. These are tattoo artist booths. There's also a body piercing station. These are individual booths, obviously, to provide the requisite privacy for individuals that are receiving services. The applicant, I'm sure, as part of their presentation, will go into a little bit more detail in regard to the actual operation and how that tenant space will be used. I'm just going to provide a real quick summary of the staff analysis. There's a copy of the the Downtown Advisory Committee agenda report as an attachment to your staff report this evening, and so I'll keep this very focused. The first area that we looked at was redevelopment zoning ordinance, subsection 1. Again, the intent is to provide commercial, retail, and office complex offering a wide variety of goods and services to both the community at large and to tourists and visitors. Residential uses are encouraged when and where appropriate. And so in the DAC report, we discuss in some detail the basis for how this particular use would comport with the intent of the subsection of the redevelopment area. Local coastal plan also provides language which is somewhat complementary to the redevelopment zoning ordinance. It states that the city will give priority to visitors serving commercial recreation facilities over private residential, general industrial, or general commercial uses. And so while this is certainly strictly not a commercial recreation facility per se, it is a visitor serving commercial use, and that's the perspective that we took in evaluating it. And then finally, there are waiver of locational criteria. By virtue of the fact that within the downtown area we have a number of existing regulated uses, I mentioned earlier in my presentation that code requires minimum separation between regulated uses. The waiver of locational criteria is required by this application in order for this particular use to be sited at this location because of that proximity. The nearest regulated use is located across the street, the former Irish bar. I think it was called Murphy's Saloon or something of that nature. There are a number of factual considerations that staff has taken into consideration as part of its evaluation of this project. They include the fact that the Downtown Advisory Committee reviewed this project. They've recommended unanimously that the council approve it. Both the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce and Main Street Oceanside have provided letters of support. We've provided those in the agenda packet to council this evening. Staff did contact Oceanside Police Department and Code Enforcement. We were interested as part of our review of this project whether or not there had been any issues with the current use that's located at 2753 Mission Avenue. In responding to that request, both the Police Department and Code Enforcement advised Planning Division that there had been no prior code violations or service calls related to the use. In addition to that, the proposed use would occupy vacant tenant space and contribute to reducing downtown vacancies. As I mentioned, there are seven tenant spaces within that 250-foot block, and there are 4 vacancies presently. And then finally, the proposed use would occupy about 26 feet of commercial frontage along Coast Highway. And again, within that context of that 250-foot long commercial block, that's a relatively minor area that the use would occupy. Staff also wants to provide the council serving as commission with guidance regarding the decision-making process this evening. Very clearly, as with any kind of discretionary application, council has extraordinarily broad discretion in considering this application and taking action. The criteria that are established by the redevelopment zoning ordinance, they necessitate discretionary judgment. There is absolute discretion provided to council. The nature of the criteria could result that the commission this evening could reach a different conclusion than staff's recommendation, and we understand that. In the event the commission would conclude that the proposed project does not meet the code-established criteria, the commission would need to provide factual basis to support that decision, and staff is certainly available this evening to assist council should that be the case. And finally, the recommendation this evening is that staff and the Downtown Advisory Committee recommend that the Community Development Commission adopt a resolution approving the conditional use permit, regular coastal permit, and a waiver of locational criteria to allow this tattoo establishment to be located at 212 Coast Highway. And that concludes my presentation. I know that the applicant's representative, Mr. Gonzalez, has a presentation to also make to council this evening. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Have a seat at sidebar, thank you. And the applicant at 20 minutes, and you can use it all or wait for a rebuttal.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the Commission, City Council. My name is Marco Gonzalez, and I'm representing Jason and Melissa Betts regarding this matter. A copy of my presentation has been handed out to you. As part of my introduction, I'd just like to ask Mr. Betts and his wife, Melissa, and Jason's mom, Cecilia, and their children, Callie, Maverick, and Cassidy, and his manager, Jesse, to just stand up so that you see they're in attendance today. Thanks, guys. I think it's important to start off with the family because this is a unique situation. We recognize that. We're asking the Commission, City Council, to take the past and leave it in the past and look forward. Look forward to the next generation. Look forward to my generation as an Oceanside native and Jason's generation as a second generation Oceanside native, and say we're willing with an open mind to look at what was previously a use we didn't like downtown and consider how the world has changed and how we will move forward with business leaders like Jason and myself, hopefully taking us to a family-friendly new downtown. Now, the Oceanside Tattoo Museum is intended to be in a space that has been vacant for more than 3 years. How do we know that? Because we've been paying rent for that long. Since this project was conceptualized, we've looked for an appropriate location. This block in particular struck us as one in need of an anchor tenant. And so prior to the current owner, who's actually here with us today, Alan Adem, acquiring this property, we have sunk our heart into downtown. And what we're asking you today is to give us a chance to really show what we can do there. You should be asking yourselves, well, where are modern tattoo parlors located? And these are some exhibits that we came up with. You know, if you go to Las Vegas and you go to the high-end hotels, they're in the lobbies. If you go to the high-end shopping malls, they're there as well. These are not the uses of yesteryear that were associated with seedy bars or strip clubs. And why is that? It's because tattoos are now ubiquitous. When you ask yourself, does a downtown tattoo parlor belong here in Oceanside, we should be looking to those communities that we seek to emulate here in Oceanside. We don't have to look very far. We have Solana Beach, Leucadia, and Cardiff, each of which have one tattoo shop. We go up north to Newport Beach, Balboa Peninsula, a very high-end, very classy beach community. They have 2, as does Waikiki. Laguna Beach has 3, Beverly Hills has 4, and Lahaina, Maui, a tourist destination driven by tourism, has 7 tattoo shops within their downtown area. I would posit if you believe that simply having a tattoo shop in your downtown is somehow a blight or somehow a reflection, you need to give up the past, because in the present day world, Oceanside is not going to be viewed any differently than any of these locations that have a number of tattoo shops. Now, Jason and Melissa, some of this was identified by staff. You know, what we're talking about is a modern, clean, and safe facility. I think that should be the focus of your consideration. The 7 tattoo stations and 1 body piercing station will be highly regulated here in the city of Oceanside. And it's important to understand that Jason has been tattooing for more than 20 years, and he's operated here in the city of Oceanside for more than 10 without problem. And who has he tattooed? Police, fire, military, city staff, district attorneys, lawyers, doctors, some of your kids, some of your parents, and perhaps even some of you watching at home right now. The museum component will occupy part of the lobby, but if that's successful, if the facility is successful, we'd like to expand it. Some folks are concerned with the timing. We don't want to be open late at night when the bars are closing down. We don't want drunk patrons, so at 10 p.m. closing time is appropriate during the summer months. During the winter, it'll probably be 8 p.m. And we want to be clear that we have various internal signage that's required, and we're very adamant about things like ID and compliance with Department of Environmental Health permitting. These are just a couple of examples of the lobby from Frontline Vista, just to give you an idea of the upscale nature of Jason Betts' other establishments. There are certain service constraints that go along with the operation. No minors, ever. There are places in the state where if a minor comes in with a parent, they can get a tattoo. We don't believe that that's a good practice. It just leads to problems. No alcohol or drugs. If there's even the smell of alcohol in someone's breath, they are turned away. And there is a confidential questionnaire and release form that goes into issues of bloodborne illnesses so that we can protect not only the person getting the tattoo, but the person giving the tattoo. Because there are certain health disclosures, we have privacy concerns, and so we keep an on-site locked file cabinet that will have all of the requisite information, and then that will be taken home when it's no longer necessary to be at the business, and then it'll be held under lock and key at Jason's home. We are wary about client cost of service disclosures. We like people to know exactly what they're getting. We don't take deposits for multiple visits. You pay for the visit that you're having right then and there. If you can't sit through your whole visit, you get a refund and you come back and pay for the next visit if it's a multi-day service. I think if we've read the staff report, and I guarantee you, having gone through it now over the last number of months, tattooing in Oceanside is very highly regulated. As you know, there are only 3 approved tattoo shops in this city, and we're not asking to change that. We're also making very clear that the Body Temple tattoo shop that currently exists at 3753 Mission Avenue will be closed contemporaneous with the opening of the new shop. We believe that the conditional use permit gives you a lot of power in the event that you perceive in the future that something goes bad. It allows you to reopen that permit, to have hearings, to take evidence if there is some aspect of a use that is actually causing blight. This is not something that we had in the past, and we experienced that with certain uses where the city actually had to go in and buy up those uses because we couldn't simply shut them down pursuant to conditions in their permit. Obviously, we need to get a police permit, and I think it's important to recognize the police have not had a problem with Jason's establishments in the more than 10 years that he's operated here. And of course, we need County Department of Environmental Health permitting, and they do site inspections before we can open. And I'd like to point out that Jason only hires artists who have a minimum of 10 years experience. We find that tattooing lives or dies by the reputation of the artist. I'll get into that a little bit more in just a second. Now, we were charged by one resident with the prospect that the museum was not a serious component. And I just wanted to put a couple of pieces before you to reflect the extent to which Jason, over 20 years, being an Oceanside native, has really committed to the craft and collected a plethora of pieces that would show up in this museum. You may not know of Clarence Elmer Freeman, but I guarantee you've heard of his fathers and grandfather, Thomas and Alfred. Those are the individuals for whom Freeman Street was named, running right through the middle of downtown. Clarence Freeman was a San Luis Rey native and actually died here in San Diego County, Ramona, and it really takes tattooing back to its roots here in Oceanside. Photographs from the 40s and 50s showing the intersection of Tremont and Mission Street. We think that this will be something that tourists and locals alike will be interested in seeing, the history of tattooing in our community. Equipment, and you'll notice in the middle there, the South Pacific Island equipment. We have a strong Filipino-Samoan cultural identity here in Oceanside, and we think that tattooing plays a big part in their history, and we've put together instruments that are representative of their tattooing and historically, as well as old machinery from tattooing here in Oceanside. And of course we have the imagery, and with the Marine base, we can't ignore that the United States Marine Corps, the Department of Defense, is the largest employer with tattooed employees in this country, and we have some of that artwork to display as well. I think we should consider the statistics about the tattoo industry. It's a $1.65 billion industry nationally. Americans with tattoos comprise 14% of the population. Of adults 18 to 25, 36% are tattooed, and 26 to 40, 40% are tattooed. Think about that. That's a lot of people with tattoos, and that's a huge segment of our society. The average cost and the large tattoo costs are represented there. And I wanted to put the factors that were found in this Pew report from 2011, that people, when they surveyed people who got tattoos, it's really important the reputation of the artist. It's really important that the tattoo have meaning, because I think both of those speak to what we're trying to do here today. The reputation of Jason Betts and his establishment and his artists is impeccable in this community. And the personal meaning of getting a tattoo, if you don't have a tattoo, you may not perhaps recognize how big a deal it is. Everybody remembers when they got their tattoo. And some people come on vacation and they want to commemorate it. Or some people want to think about a loved one and go out on the pier and perhaps be with loved ones when they get their tattoo. I want to go through really quickly a couple of the reasons why people get tattoos. Obviously for cultural reasons. I mentioned the South Pacific Islander tribal tattoo. Mexican culture tattoo is very big. People obviously get tattoos in memoriam. Fallen soldiers, POWs, MIAs, people represent their long-term commitment to the people who have passed on through tattoos. Obviously identity. There are people who identify with a sports team or with a hobby, and they like to represent that commitment as part of their identity in tattoos. Service. The Oceanside Fire Department is a large customer of Frontline Tattoo here in Oceanside. They get a lot of tattoos, as does the police department. The one on the right is an Oceanside police officer tattoo, and of course, as I mentioned, the U.S. Marine Corps. And of course, religion plays a large part in tattoos. In addition to the imagery you see here, we do a lot of scripture on various bodies. Of course, then art and style. And really, we put this up to show you, tattooing is not what it once was. It is such a highly evolved art form, and it is so important that the artists represent themselves positively, that I think we just have to crawl out of that shell and that notion that tattooing represents flight, and recognize, as the courts have, that tattooing is art and it represents First Amendment protected speech. And of course, pride. People get tattoos. I really like the one on the left. It's a seal of the state of California with a superimposed Oceanside pier, because some people care so much about this community, as Jason and Melissa do, that they actually go and get Oceanside tattoos to represent their affiliation with the city. So, in conclusion, I would like you to remember some of you who we talked to many years ago about tattooing in downtown, and you said what you really need to do is the groundwork. You need to get into the community. You need to get the support of the Main Street, Oceanside. You need to get the support of the Chamber of Commerce. We rented this space and spent 2.5, 3 years working the floor, working the ground to show our commitment to these groups and get their unanimous support, as we did from the Downtown Advisory Committee. We believe that you should find that tattooing today and tattoo parlors today are not the same as those that you may have stuck in your mind from years past. Understand and recognize that tattoo services are in demand by a wide range of age groups, and that includes locals and visitors. Richard Wright, during the Downtown Advisory Committee meeting, talked about running his retail store and having people come in from the hotels and ask, where can I go downtown and get a tattoo? I'm here on my cross-country trip. I'm here on spring break. I want to commemorate it. It is a service that we find in tourist destinations, as I showed you with that graph. Tattooing in Oceanside is highly regulated. Any notion of the past of it being unsafe, we now have a state law, we now have a county Department of Environmental Health, and both of those serve to regulate in a way that never occurred when these ordinances first established tattooing as a regulated use. And we would request approval of the resolution, CUP, CDP, and the waiver of vocational criteria. I'd just like to end and reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal with a picture of Jason and his family. Again, this is a second-generation Oceanside family committed to downtown. They have shown their commitment both to participating civically and to running a business that that operates within the bounds of the law and serves a large segment of the Oceanside population. I think that we should recognize that art on the body, both putting art on the body and getting art on your body, are First Amendment protected free speech, and therefore we're limited in the time, manner, and place that we can restrict this type of use. I would posit that at the time that your zoning ordinance was written, the constitutional protections were not considered, and in fact the language of your ordinance makes it really dicey whether you can impose the types of restrictions that were once allowed on it. That being said, I think that we've done a good job working with staff to show that we can factually meet all of the criteria in the zoning ordinance to qualify for that locational waiver, and I think it's time to bring downtown into the modern age with respect to tattoo parlors, and we're here to continue. You know, the way I like to say it is Jason and Melissa have given their heart to Oceanside, and I would hope that you would allow the heart of Oceanside, downtown, to be part of their future as well. Thank you.
This is a public hearing item. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward at this time.
Mayor, council members, Jim Out 127 Cherry Lane. I have a few questions and also a couple of points. First off, will this establishment be offering low or free cost tattoos for those who are former gang members or have obscene tattoos to cover up that former part of their life? Second question. We had a former councilwoman here that had medical necessity for eyebrows when she lost her eyebrows due to a medical procedure. And I know that other people have had scars that they use as tattoos for cover-ups. Will this be offered as part of a public necessity and maybe a lower reduced cost? When I was out at the base, when I was helping take care of my parents, there was a Marine I ran into out there, and I noticed he had a tattoo on one of his arms, and I asked him about it, and it was a really unique one. And he came back with me with information that I felt very shocked about, but it was very informing. He said it was a warrior identity tattoo. He had an identity of a tattoo that only he and his friends and his family knew in case he was killed in combat. A tattoo in order to identify his body. This is what a lot of our fighters are doing, is they're using tattoos for that. Will there be maybe a reduced cost for warrior identity tattoos? And will this establishment be keeping appraised of military and business regulations for tattoos? Because there are regulations now. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward at this time.
Good evening, council and staff. First, I want to apologize for my late comments. I think all of you got them, and your email indicated you opened them. We're still having notice issues coming from Mr. Ramsey. He doesn't seem to get those out, so hopefully we can work on that. That's one of the coastal issues. I would have much rather talked to Marco Gonzalez and his client months ago, apparently, when this was proposed, so sadly I'm coming in opposing it now. The number one issue is there's 12 regulated uses, or 11 or 12. Bars and restaurants, they're fine. I mean, that's what visitors want, and that's what the residents want when we come downtown. We like to eat and drink and have a good time. Those generate a lot of tax revenue. These types of businesses, just like lawyers, we don't generate tax revenue because we're a labor provider. We're not a product provider. So this business, although it may employ a few people, and the artwork is beautiful, he does beautiful artwork, there's no doubt about it, I don't think this is the right place because it's not going to generate revenue in our downtown redevelopment area like we need. So when I was looking at their signage, it looked like it perfectly fit up at Jitters. I don't even know if that's in redevelopment. I told him I would support him if he would move out of the redevelopment area. They don't want to do that. I told him we could talk if he would actually face Artist Alley. That's becoming really successful. Esther mentioned Art Walk. That's really a big deal. A lot of people go to that. And if indeed he wants to focus on his art in his museum, that'd be a great idea to try to use that edge of the building instead of Post Highway. so far, none of my suggestions were acceptable to the applicant or his attorney. So, you know, having a museum is an interesting idea. You know, you have some really interesting things. How are you going to keep me from going in there with my little 5-year-old or my 12-year-old? You know, they don't want minors in there because they're not going to tattoo them. This is a tiny, tiny, tiny little space. Maybe even if you had a larger space where it would actually look like it was seriously going to be a museum, because he does have a lot of items, that would be something that we could try to interpret as visitor serving. This is a little space, so I'm going to oppose it, and I apologize again for my late comments and timing of the project. And I apologize I will not be here for deliberations. I'm going to go rest my back. Thank you very much, and good luck with this project.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward at this time. You have 6 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. Once again, Mark Gonzalez from Coast Law Group on behalf of Jason and Melissa Betts. First, I'd like to respond to a couple of comments that Jimmy made. First and foremost, yes, Jason will be offering low-cost cover-ups to former gang members and is committed to working with the probation department to identify the appropriate individuals. Jason wanted me to point out he already does some of the scar cover-ups. He does areola restoration for mastectomy victims. With respect to the warrior tattoos, we call them dog tag tattoos, and they come in various shapes and forms, and those are available at reduced cost. With respect to military regulations, just in the last year, the military has identified a desire that enlisted folks and officers not have tattoos below the elbow, and so that will be part of the education process when the military comes in. And with respect to what Ms. Scott brought up regarding generating tax revenues, we need to take a second and think about this. We're talking about thousands of people. I mean, realistically, that's how many people will come to this shop to get tattooed. Thousands of people will come to this block, which is currently experiencing significant vacancies, which has other shops where people can go into and out of when they're coming and going. They can go and get breakfast down the street. They can go to one of the other services next door. I don't think that we should be discounting something that is going to be successful and vibrant and will bring thousands of people to a block that we all know could use some sprucing up. And it's almost ironic that it's the block that's in between the core of downtown and where we stand right now here at City Hall, that it's been so difficult to get long-term tenancy in that block. I think we need anchor tenants like this. Now, I'd like to point out another interesting irony. This building that we're proposing this use for is a legal non-conforming structure, which means it was built without requisite parking per standards today. That means that in order for people to come to this location, they will likely park in some of the public spaces in the downtown area or perhaps up here near City Hall and walk. And I think, again, having more feet on the ground and having them during the early evening time, that provides the vibrancy that the bigger chains and that the bigger players are looking for when they're looking to site in the downtown area. And I can't imagine how we would look at that in a redevelopment area and say that's a bad thing or that that's not enough. With respect to minors at the museum, we understand that there will be artifacts that may be attractive to minors, and we don't have a problem with a minor who's with an adult coming in and having a look at stuff. We have private booths so that there will be no compromising of the individuals getting tattoos. Our position is we do not tattoo minors, and that's an important distinction. Now, with respect to the limited size, you know, at some point I've got to remind you, you know, this is, I don't want to call it a crapshoot because we know it's going to be successful, but we need to get open, start generating some revenue, and presuming that that aspect is successful, you know, it will only help us be more successful to expand the museum component. And as Jason has reminded me time and again, he's got a garage full of 20 years worth of memorabilia, and I think if we look at the highly successful activities of the Oceanside Art Museum when they did their, and it used to be their annual tattoo expose, fashion show, and artwork, I think there's a clamoring of people who want to see this stuff. So again, I just want to challenge you to take your ideals of what a tattoo shop used to be and put it away. We don't look at a craft beer gastropub and say that's equivalent to a dive bar. We don't look at a new hotel and say that's equivalent to the Dolphin Motel. So I think this is a time for us to say, let's come into the modern age, let's recognize that 40% of the population in our age group, 25 to 40, well, that used to be my age group, 25 to 40, 43% of people between up to 25 to 40 are tattooed. And let's provide the service to locals and to residents and to visitors, and let's do it with the right family. I think the Besses have proven themselves committed to Oceanside, and let's give a little back to them. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
As Mayor, I'll close this public hearing and come back to the council. And Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is before us is a request to move a business from the valley down Mission Avenue to the redevelopment area. It is not we're not closing a tattoo shop. We're simply being asked to move it. And so all the wonderful things that have been discussed are being done or can be done in the existing area. The redevelopment actually is going to be 40 years this year. Started in '75, and with redevelopment, a lot of the tax was frozen as is. Millions and millions and millions of dollars have been spent in the redevelopment area to change it, what was there then, and then to create criteria was created to ensure that what would come out of that. And I remember when there was a whole block of that was just raised. That's where our theater is now. That whole block. It was actually like a park, grass. Remember that. And what was to come here was higher end visitor serving, tourist shops, businesses. And so the vision, as I've heard it, has been of that, our vision of higher end restaurants and businesses that will generate revenue. After 40 years of not generating very much revenue at all, we're nearing the end of redevelopment, still redevelopment, almost done. We have 4 blocks that are going to very soon become condominium projects where the parking lots are 4- and 6-story. We're going to have a whole lot more people living in the downtown area, and that is when all of these places, businesses, are going to be in high demand to capture, the needs of these residents. We have 12 regulated uses within 1,000 feet. 12. Across the street from this is this address is the Sunshine Brooks Theater, which has a property use agreement with Oceanside High School students. No sales tax will be generated by these services. No sales tax will be generated. I'm sure there'll be some sales of some products, but mostly what we're talking about is a service. And I just don't believe this is a good fit. What I am really, I share in that vision of higher end, revenue generating for not just the redevelopment area, but now for the entire city. So, if perhaps somewhere else, but not in the redevelopment area. So I'm going to move that we deny the CUP, deny the regular coastal permit, and deny the request for waiver of the locational criteria.
Thank you. I'll second. Mr. Kern, please.
Thank you. I think that motion was absolutely wrong. The idea that is a move in the past. The idea that we have the Oceanside Museum of Art every year puts on a show of tattoos. When Mr. Gonzalez was up talking about this shop, I kept track, he mentioned art or artist 15 times. Because now it has really moved into the realm of body art. And I'd like to see you change your name to Oceanside Body Art, because I think that's really where this is heading. The idea that it's just, you know, that you're kind of stuck with the connotation of tattoo, which is a lot of people think what it was 40, 50 years ago, when, you know, the Marines and the Navy and the naked lady tattoos and something that get done after drinking a night. And it's really different now. The idea that all the women in my family have tattoos. You know, just except my 18-month-old granddaughter, and I give her about a week. But the idea that that's the people that are getting it. You know, I don't know if maybe a half a dozen women between 20 and 30 that don't have a tattoo. Most of them do. You know, when you talk about those statistics, if you put females between 20 and 30, I bet it's closer to 55%. Because that's the customer now. It's not the customer of past. You know, that it's a modern body art. So the idea of looking at it that way, as art, and that's why I like the idea of body art and having it down here and having it part of the art walk and showing that museum and doing those things that we can tie into that artist alley, because this is just on the back side. Yeah, we've been in redevelopment for 40 years, and we have 7 vacancies within a block. Now, that doesn't count the other blocks. We have 7 vacancies within one block of the core after 40 years of redevelopment, because we keep waiting for that big plum to fall in our lap, you know, and we just keep waiting, and we keep waiting, and nothing happens. We need something that's vibrant, something that actually happens downtown, that brings people downtown. That the idea that whether it, okay, we can't squeeze every ounce of sales tax out of every square foot. But we are employing at least 7 people that will be probably buying lunch downtown, as they're there most of the day, and spending time downtown, and maybe going to one of the local tap houses after work and having a beer and dinner. So just having a downtown population that's working helps downtown. It helps us all. So I can't support the motion. The idea that we are getting 4 hotels within that downtown block. You know, when we talk about tourists, you know, those people will be down there. So I think I'm supportive of the idea of actually doing that. So anyway, I'll listen to the rest of my colleagues.
Mr. Feller, please.
Thank you. A lot of attorneys not agreeing. That's kind of amazing. Excuse me, John. One of the fastest growing businesses is tattoo removal. I think you know, I feel like I'm looking at the threat on the screen here, that up there, and I think the last thing that I should be hearing is giving up the past. This country has given up an awful lot of its ideals. They've just been asked to just abandon the ideals that you were brought up with, and frankly, I think you know, you all just passed a smoking ordinance for the whole city, and I'm just at a loss as to what, I mean, we're going backwards. We have allowed the businesses that we had hoped to terminate back into downtown that we had fought for many years. We were down to, I think, 2 massage places in the whole city, one strip club, 1 bookstore, after many years of trying to go back to what we figured would be a great downtown. I mean, we allowed pawn shops back in the downtown. we've got a pawn shop over there that has a banner on it, and it's had a banner for 4 years. I don't get how that, I mean, when Chuck and I have had businesses, we had to have a sign. You had to have a sign. You couldn't have a banner unless it was for 30 days. And we've got them all over the town. You know, I hear that we can't object to this because of this here, and I'm thinking, why can't I object to this? This is not my ideal. I have 3 daughters. They don't have tattoos. I don't think my wife has one, and I'm sure Jim's wife doesn't have one. I'm just guessing. That was a joke. I was just guessing. But I don't get the idea of even having a tattoo. And I just think that if we don't fight for our ideals, frankly, I see them on everybody. I don't get it, but that's not my ideal. And so I don't dislike people that have tattoos. I don't dislike really anybody. This is not my idea of a vibrant downtown. I think there's too many other things. We were examples of breweries as opposed to bars, we've been forced to give up prayer in school, which is far more serious than this, and that's a First Amendment right. So anyway, I'm gonna now this may come as a shock. I'm gonna support Esther Sanchez as in her motion. So, thank you.
Chuck, please. You're late. Well, second, Chuck. The city attorney.
City attorney. Hey, let me just jump in real quick because I want to be clear on a couple points. The applicant representative is correct that tattooing has been determined by the Ninth Circuit to be constitutionally protected activity, First Amendment protected activity. And so there is a Ninth Circuit case involving the city of Hermosa Beach, and that quotation, the citation is from the Ninth Circuit case on the screen. What was involved in that case was a prohibition on tattooing, so no tattoo establishments could be established in the city. And what the Ninth Circuit ended up holding was that a regulation on a First Amendment protected activity that is not content-based has to be a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. And so in order to meet that standard, it must, among other things, leave ample alternative channels for communication of the information. So there have to be other ample alternative places where the communication can occur. It has to be narrowly tailored to serve significant governmental interests, and the regulation has to be justified without reference to the content of the speech. So I don't want to leave the impression that there is no constitutional protection for tattooing businesses. There are, but we are allowed, by the same token, to have reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. A outright prohibition, not allowing any, would not be constitutional according to the Ninth Circuit. There has been no case that I'm aware of in the California or federal courts striking down the denial of a CUP, but I would encourage you, if you're moving forward with the motion, to just focus on objective factors as best as possible if the motion were to carry. And if the motion were to carry, we would have to come back to you setting forth the factual basis that you've developed in the administrative record with findings of denial. And you'd have the opportunity to weigh in on it at that point in time.
Sorry, Chuck. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. So I think I have a couple of questions for Jason or whoever does the bookkeeping at that operation. Oh, well, see, it was a, it's a good guess. It's kind of basic. I reviewed all the materials, and so my questions are not meant to attack anybody. It's just simply, since they brought up this thing about tax revenues to the city, and Marco's response was, well, you got to think differently. So I'm just wondering what kind of annual fee you pay for your city business license.
Annual fee, $300?
How much?
$300?
Okay.
For the business license?
Are the people who will be working at these 7 stations actually employees, or are they private contractors?
Private contractors.
Okay, so then we won't actually have, you'll have some employees there, you'll have counter staff or
We
something.
do have employees, the people we hired to run the front desk
Yeah.
are our employees.
Okay. So you'll have, how many contractors, how many people will actually be working there, actually?
7.
7?
At those locations?
Yeah.
7
Okay.
contractors.
Okay. Well, I'm a little bit torn. That's good enough. You don't have to be, I'm just trying to get an idea. I'm a little torn because I kind of see where this is going, and I support the business being down here. I think that, our choice is either, do we want to have a business in that building, or do we want to maintain vacancies? And I think it's a little bit more complex than that. So I contacted our Chief of Police, Frank McCoy, and I asked him if there were any issues at your current operation. And he checked it out before he got back to me and said, no, there are no issues. And I asked him, are there any concerns about this location? He said, no, there are no issues. And I said, okay, well, that's good enough for me. If they have to live with it all over the city all the time, then I don't have to really go any further. So I just use that as my guide. And I think that all the points that were presented by Mr. Gonzalez were, created a sort of foundation, and we don't have to think of it as a new way of being. But I am, I know that you will be in compliance with all the different regulations, and there's got to be pages and pages and pages of regulations.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so you would be having issues already. You wouldn't want to move. So I'm happy to support your proposal to move here to this area, and I'm hopeful that you will provide a needed business for residents as well as guests right down here in the downtown area. I don't see this as negative. I do remember that place that there was a picture of in this.
I feel like there's endless possibilities of the things we can add to the community. We have ideas of partnering with Artist Alley, the Arts Department at Oceanside High School, and having fundraiser events, having those funds go back into the city to support the arts in our city. So it's not all just about us. It is really about our community, and like Marco pointed out, our heart and soul is into this city in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it. I'm done.
Well, I guess it's to me, I can't think of a nicer family than the Betts. I've known them and their parents for all my life. I was one of the people that voted to support your location that you have down by Oceanside Boulevard. That doesn't change anything. I think your father and I walked the streets together, and we remember the situation why that whole downtown area was a bad spot. It wasn't because of tattoo, it was because of this was generational. But we still remembered it was finally taken out of downtown. We did it for an obvious reason, and we kind of don't want it back. We allowed you to have a spot on Oceanside Boulevard. It's a redevelopment area. I agree that it's you or have an empty store. I get a lot of pressure from other people who say just what we said, and it's the older generation, that they want to see the downtown area boom, and they don't want pawn shops, tattoo parlors, and whatever. Just like when they said beer drinking, now it's the big thing is have a brewery that has a restaurant. Things have changed. I'm uncomfortable with this. I know where we're going. I don't know how everybody's going to vote on it. I go along the same direction that Councilmember Sanchez because of the past. And it wouldn't be anything personal against you, but it will be, and will hurt your opinion, but I'm back the motion, and I probably would still go that direction. I guess enough said, and let's just vote on it.
Just for clarification, this is voting on Ms. Sanchez's motion
Yeah, her
to
motion.
deny the CUP. Okay.
So if we want it,
Vote no if you, yes.
that's what it says like that too.
Okay, there. Motion approved, 3-2, Kern and Lowry, no.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your time. I got quite a few other items to go to, so I can't talk about it, but thank you very much for your patience and favor. Mr. Clerk, could you go to item 28, please?
Yes, item number 28 is adoption of a resolution approving a regular coastal permit, RRP 14-0005, for the addition of a 142 square foot balcony expansion to the west-facing elevation of an existing single-family home located at 602 South The Strand, Ness Balcony Project, applicant James Ness.
Mayor, I'll open this public hearing and ask for disclosure to council members.
I went by the site and checked with their neighbors. And that's all the contact I had.
None?
Staff.
I drove by the site and staff only.
Disclosure.
Sorry. Staff.
Thank you.
And some residents, sorry.
Correspondence petitions?
None.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, members of the public. I'm Scott Nightingale from the Planning Division, here to present item number 28 for the consideration and adoption of a regular coastal permit to allow a 142 square foot balcony expansion to the west-facing elevation of an existing home. The project name is Ness Balcony. The project is located at 602 South The Strand. Here's the project site depicted in the green box. It's within the downtown redevelopment, or downtown zone, which is zone D4, which allows for single-family and multifamily developments. It's also within the appealable district of the coastal zone. It's surrounded by other single-family and multifamily projects pretty much in all directions, with the exception of the Pacific Ocean to the west. Here's an image of the existing property. The property sits on 0.11 acres, which is approximately 4,791 square feet. Consists of a two-story, 2,980 square foot single-family residence with a two-car garage. It was constructed in 1996. And the balcony, said balcony where they wish to do the addition, exists at 264 square feet. Here's another image of the balcony looking towards the north. As you can see, it's a kind of a triangular configuration, and what they wish to do is to square that off, just similar to what you see at their northern neighbor there. To go into the details, like I said, they want to expand the existing west-facing balcony approximately 7 feet westward and construct a 4-foot southern balcony access off of the southern elevation. This will provide a total of 142 square feet of additional usable balcony space. The added balcony square footage would balance the overall west-facing facade while providing additional shade areas for the driver below. The expansion would not expand further westward than the existing balcony and would meet the required front yard setbacks. Here's an image of how it sits today, and you can see here in the red of what they propose to do as far as the addition. The proposed addition will not alter public views or any views of the adjoining neighbors because the improvements are within the footprint of the existing home and the balcony there. The expansion would also provide an additional balcony area, like I said, to the southern portion for secondary access, and this will be access off the living and dining room. The added architectural arched columns will be incorporated into the southern entrance, and would provide an enhancement to the architecture. And you can see that down here below. So this will be an added feature. The added balcony addition would balance the overall design of the home and complement the surrounding strand area and provide an aesthetically pleasing facade that shall encourage redevelopment within this area of the coastal zone. Like I said before, the project, here's a list of the development standards which they meet. Front yard setbacks 10, there's no change to that because they're not going any westward than the existing balcony. They meet the side yard setbacks at 3 foot, no change, and there's no issues with rear or height. And they're also under the elevation of the Pacific Street center line, so there's no issues with development standards. So with that, in conclusion, the project is compatible with the downtown zoning ordinance in terms of development regulations. Another finding is it will enhance the property as well as the neighborhood, and it complies with the local coastal program. And also the project was taken to the Downtown Advisory Commission, where it did receive unanimous recommendation for approval. And with that, staff recommends that the Community Development Commission support the City Planner's decision and the Downtown Advisory Commission's recommendation and approve this regular coastal permit. This concludes my presentation. I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Have a shake of sidebar.
This time the applicant may come forward for 20 minutes. If you'd like, yes.
Yeah, 20 minutes to discuss it. You don't have to use it all, but.
All right. My name is James Ness. I own a property at 602 South of Strand. We're basically just trying to expand our deck out to the property line as our neighbors to the north have done when they built that home. The configuration currently is kind of an 80s look. We're trying to bring it back up to the rest of the homes that are they're going in along the Strand that are have already gone in along the Strand. We use the same architect that actually designed, I mean not the same architect, the same design from the architect that did the City Hall here. It's a Gill rendering there. My architect is from Orange County, was very familiar with the design here of the Oceanside City Hall, and use a lot of the same elements as you can see in with the arches and such in the design. Basically we're just adding 142 square foot, which is, like Scott said, just that angled portion there and along the southern boundary. But that's about it. We're just trying to bring the house up to speed, make it look good, and follow the rest of the homes along the redevelopment area along the Strand. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing item. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item can address the council for 3 minutes.
I'll see you now.
You have 18 minutes for rebuttal.
I'll save you guys so you can get home. That's all I had. Thank you.
I'll close the public hearing and come back to the council. I'll go with Jack Feller, please.
Thank you. I move adoption. I talked to the neighbors. They think this is a terrific addition, so you got the blessing of the neighbors, that's for darn sure. So.
Ms. Sanchez?
You seconded it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I just have a question for staff. Is this going to extend it any farther than anybody else? It's just squaring it off, right? So there's not going to be extending beyond others.
It won't go any further than their northern neighbor. And talking to the homeowner, the applicant, the homeowner to the south actually wants to do a similar addition to their balcony. So we'll
okay, so it's going to look uniform after all is said and done. These three are going to look
exactly. It'll be uniform.
Not that I don't mind looking unique, but when you have this kind of zigzag, you wonder what's going on. So, all right, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Scott, just to clarify, we already have this kind of facing on several of the houses there. So she just asked, I mean, they're already flat, straight fronts.
That's correct. Yeah,
and the ones on both sides are like that. I think I saw them in the image.
It's pretty much, if you see the image to the upper image here, it's just really the one on the north is what they're trying to emulate.
So there are 5 houses in this little row of homes here. correct? Right
That's
now?
correct. There's 5.
And only this one and one other one are not straight?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have no further. Go ahead and vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. When you get a chance, please, 29.
Yes, item number 29 is adoption of a resolution approving a tentative parcel map RP 14-0001, development plan RD 14-0002, conditional use permit RCUP 14-0003, and regular coastal permit RRP 14-0004 for the development of a 3-story, 3-unit residential condominium complex located at 508 North Tremont Street, North Tremont Condominiums, applicant Rick Lacey, Rimax.
As mayor, I'll make it open to public hearing after the closures again.
I drove by the site, and it's ideal for the site.
I drove by the site.
Staff.
Staff, we probably all took about the site, at least 100.
Any correspondence or petition?
None.
Thank you.
Wow. Go back to the computer view here. Appreciate it. Good evening, Commissioners. Scott Nightingale again from the Planning Department. I'm sorry, Council members. We're here to present item number 29 for the consideration of approval of a tentative parcel map, development plan, conditional use permit, and regular coastal permit for the development of a 3-story, 3-unit condominium complex with individual garage parking for each unit. This is an image of the proposed elevation rendering. The site is located at 508 North Tremont Street within the downtown subdistrict D9 and within the non-appealable district of the coastal zone. Subject D9 allows for multifamily developments as well as mixed-use developments. The surrounding area is primarily, it's an eclectic type of development. You have single-family, multifamily, you have row homes, and directly to the west you have commercial, which is facing Coast Highway. Here's an image of the existing home. As a part of this development plan, the proposed project would permit the demolition of this existing 424 single-family home that is currently vacant and boarded up and is somewhat of an eyesore for the street. This tentative map and development plan and conditional use permit would permit the 3-story, 3-unit residential condominium complex on 0.11 acres. The residential unit sizes would range from 2,350 square feet for Unit A, 2,408, and 2,113. There will be private gated access from the rear, from the alley. The proposed 2-car garages would exceed the required 1-car requirement for each unit. And in addition, access to the units, like I said, would occur through an internal stairwell within each garage and a shared lobby elevator, which I'll show you here in the floor plan. Here's the site plan. This development would enable the construction of a 6,871 condominium complex, if you totaled it out. The proposed condominium subdivision would establish individual ownership for each of the 3 units and common ownerships through the internal motor court for access to each individual garage. Here's an image of Unit A. So this is the alley. Everything would come off this gated access off the alley into this motor court for each one of these garages. The access would also be gated and would allow interior access through the stairwells to each unit. Also, the first floor would have a shared elevator and entry lobby access off of Tremont Street, which is in the white here. As you can see here, Unit A is depicted in the yellow, Unit B in the red, and Unit C in the blue. Unit A like I said, is 2,350 square feet, would consist of 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, and 705 balcony and deck space. Unit B, which is in the red, which consists of 2,408 square feet, 2 bedrooms, and 2.5 baths, with 922 square feet of open balcony and deck area. And Unit C would be 2,113 square feet with 2 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, with 762 square feet. This is an image of the second level, which is primarily bedrooms. As you go to the third level, you have here primarily kitchen and dining areas, and they're all accessed through the internal stairwell. And you do have the elevator access that caps off at this third level. And as you move up, each one of the units do have individual roof deck access through their internal stairwell. Here's an image of the elevations. The elevations and the architectural design of the complex would consist of a contemporary design that would be similar to many of the eclectic mix of multifamily and single-family homes in this area. The landscape palette would be of a Mediterranean and drought-tolerant species. The proposed shrubs, street trees, and trailing landscape would complement the building and also enhance the neighborhood. Here's an image of the rendering of what you would see when the project is completed. The architectural articulations and elevations and the mix of colors and materials would lend a visual interest to the building design and shall encourage redevelopment within this underutilized area. When analyzing this project, staff reviewed the neighborhood in terms of neighborhood compatibility with architecture, bulk, and scale. As you can see from directly across the street to the west, you have an apartment complex that's 3 stories, which is similar to what the applicant is proposing. And directly 4 houses to the north, you have a 2-story, 2-unit complex. And this is just directly east, approximately 250 square feet away off of Coast Highway. You get the mixed-use development, which totals out to approximately 4 stories. And lastly, directly to the south, you have row homes, which are 2 stories. So in terms of bulk and scale, this project will be compatible with the neighborhood. And lastly, there's one more image of another row home development just directly located across to the north. When analyzing this project, staff reviewed the project based on general plan and land use compliance. The project does achieve a balance of residential land uses. It provides additional housing opportunities. In addition, it provides a good transition between the high-density residential and single-family. Like I said in the presentation here, the neighborhood is eclectic. It's a mix of single-family, multifamily, so it is staying consistent with that. The proposed residential use and the number of units is compatible and appropriate for the area. The density for this area is 29 to 43 dwelling units per acre, which comes out to 3 to 4 dwelling units per acre after you do the math. They're staying consistent with the base density. They're not trying to achieve the 4 dwelling units. They're going with the 3, so they are staying within the density thresholds. And lastly, it is consistent with the downtown ordinance in terms of height, density, and setbacks. Also, it does meet the local coastal program for compliance. There is no adverse effect on public coastal access, as well as public coastal views. There will be no obstruction of public coastal views. This project is not within a public view corridor. Also, public parking, there will be no impacts to public parking. Everything will come off the access. There's no added curb cuts that will reduce the parking on street. And also, in addition, this did go to the Downtown Advisory Commission, where it did receive unanimous approval as well. With that, staff recommends that the Community Development Commission support the city planner's decision and the Downtown Advisory Commission and approve intended parcel map, development plan, and conditional use permit and regular coastal permit for the adoption of the resolution. This is the presentation. I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Have a seat at the sidebar.
At this time, the applicant may come forward.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Bowen. I'm with AOS Architecture, and I am representing Rick. I mean, he can speak too, but I just wanted to come up and speak to any technical questions or any technical capacity on the project. As Scott has pretty much covered all the details, we did look at the local conditions in terms of what other projects developed recently have, what scale they've gone to, and we are meeting or exceeding the requirements. We do have the parking that's required, and we're enclosing it, which is a very nice feature for the residents. And we are planning on using enhanced materials and doing a really nice architectural project for the community. My client is actually going to live in the front one, so he's going to have a personal investment in the project. In addition to that, we've spoken with the neighbors immediately adjacent. They're happy to see the blighted property be developed and do not voice any adverse opinion to the project. So, but other than that, I'm not here to take any more of your time. I'd be happy when the questions open up to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing item. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward to the council.
I see none. I'll close my public hearing and come back to the council. Councilmember Feller, please.
I move adoption.
I'll second.
Okay. Mr. Kern?
Well, I just want to make one comment. I like the design. I'm I like Irving Gill, but you know what? We have enough Irving Gill designs in this town. So I like other stuff too. So I like this one. The front of this on Tremont Street, is that one unit or is that 2 units that has a balcony?
Units were designed to try and take advantage of any possible ocean views, and then also to provide public access. When I say public, I mean from the living spaces to the roof deck, so that's why the plans were inverted. The front is all 1 unit, and then the rear 2 units kind of can capture some views out the side with the courts that we did that kind of set back more. And so that's how the plan was designed.
Oh, okay. All right, I just wanted to ask that. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Well, in looking at what's going on in that neighborhood right now, it looks like the contemporary design is more likely to be row homes, but I can see how they can't fit 3 row homes on that piece of property. So listening to what Scott was presenting, if this proposal fits in so well as far as our planning department is concerned, why are we here talking about this?
Well, it's an entitlement. It's due to the required parcel map development plan. It requires council approval, so that's a major reason.
So if that were 2 units on that piece of property, would you still have to come to council?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
It's in the coastal zone, so anything you do in this area, you need a coastal permit.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
I have no further questions. Please vote.
Did you need a vote?
Thank you very much.
4-1. I already know.
4-1, you got it. Now, Jason, I saved the best to last. Could we, last item,
Yes, item number 32 is update on current drought conditions, conservation efforts, and the renovations of the Civic Center water fountain.
Thank you. Jason, how are you? Thank you, staff.
Honorable Mayor, council members, I'm doing well, thank you. It's interesting times we're heading into here with the drought, so I come here tonight to give you an update on where we're at and what is occurring not only here in San Diego County, but at the state level. Some interesting developments I'm sure everybody's aware of. I want to first talk a little bit about some of the history where we're at and what got us here. Right now, currently, as of April the 1st, our snowpack up in the northern Sierra, if you saw the news and Governor Brown was up there, we're at about 5%. The snowpack is what we rely on for most of our water content down here in San Diego area. And that's, 5% is a, well, if you saw the news, there was grass where normally there was several feet of snow. So our condition of future water is very suspect right now. Our annual rainfall here in San Diego County is roughly about 10.34 inches. And we've seen this decline over the last few years. I'm not sure why the value is not showing. It should be 12.7 there for 2011. And it's declined in the last 3 years during this drought. And we are currently at 5 inches of rainfall in 2014. With that and the snowpack, our reservoirs across the state, and specifically the one shown here that we rely on in Southern California for our water supply, are in not best condition. We had a historic low, or very close to historic low, in April of this year at the Orville Reservoir, which is one of our main reservoirs that feeds Southern California. As you can see here on this slide, the record low was at 25%, and last year, at the end of the year, we were at 26. We have seen a little bit of an increase, in the. There we go. We've seen some increase in our storage capacity due to rain that we did receive in late December. So we do have approximately 51% capacity in our Lake Orville Reservoir. Some of the things that we've done as a region in San Diego County since the drought in 1991 is to try to diversify our water supply so we're not so dependent on Northern California. If you look here in 1991, we were extremely dependent. Almost 95% of our water came from the Metropolitan Water District. And in 2014, after the drought in the early 90s, made a huge investment in local and regional water supply and storage. And when you look at 2014, that graph, you can see we've made some major impact on our ability to store water and produce water here locally. And then also in 2020, you can see what our projections are. We continue to focus on local reliability and local water supply. Some of the things that we've done here locally at the City of Oceanside, one of them is not listed here on this slide, and I think Council should take great pride in what they've done in the past, is our Mission Basin groundwater purification facility. It was first brought online in 1992 and produces about 15% of our water supply here locally, and that's something that we've been enhancing and improving over the years, and I think Council should take a step back and realize that that was huge decisions made back in the early years, and we should take and be proud of what we've done in making those decisions to move forward in that direction. Other things that we're currently doing, listed here on this slide, is our indirect potable recharge study for the Mission Basin, our seawater desalination feasibility study. If you've been down at the harbor in the last few days, we have the drill rig down there currently drilling the test well so we can determine what kind of water is available. We are advancing on our recycled water plant improvements and our recycled water pipeline conversion project, which will be in front of Council next week for approval. And then we're also moving forward with some recycled water storage and pipeline projects. To get us where we're at today, quick history on what actions have occurred in the last few years. January 17th, 2014, the governor declared a drought state of emergency. In July of 14, council authorized the level 2 drought, which we are currently in. And then on March 17th, the State Water Resource Control Board issued an additional emergency drought regulation, which is focused on reducing outside irrigation and discretionary water use. And then obviously on April the 1st of 2015, the governor issued an executive order imposing statewide mandate on water restrictions of 25%. The current level of drought that we're in is a level 2. And I just wanted to review some of the items and some of the restrictions that are part of that so that we are aware and we can reiterate what we need to do here in the city. The restrictions are irrigation 3 days per week for residentials. That is Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Restriction on no more than 10 minutes per station, and water before 10 a.m. in the morning and after 6 p.m. in the evening. Use handheld hoses with positive shutoff nozzles when watering landscape or irrigation if you do not have a system. Adjust sprinklers to prevent runoff or any overspray. Repair broken sprinkler nozzles and irrigation leaks. Do not irrigate turf or ornamental landscape during or 48 hours following measurable precipitation. Sweep paved surfaces and sidewalks or driveways. Do not use garden hose. Use a bucket and hose with shutoff valve when washing cars. We suggest that you do that in the front yard in order to take advantage of the water coming off of the car and watering the landscape. Repair all indoor and outdoor leaks as soon as you become aware or are notified. And stop operating of the ornamental fountains unless recycled water is used. So what are we doing today now that we have this additional restriction, that executive order of 25% reduction? So the water department, since April 1st, we've been focusing on several items, and those items are increasing our billing inserts, providing conservation tips, available rebates, and what our residents can do in making sure that they are up to speed on what our current drought levels are. We've done outreach to key departments citywide. I've provided talking points both to council and other departments so as we are aware and talk to our residents that they can relay the proper message necessary. We are updating, we should be receiving our new door tags, which we'll use to notify residents when they're not home and we need to tag their door and let them know that they either have a leak or they have an irrigation issue. We have strategized enhanced distribution of those door tags, not only for our department, for other departments within the city to help us in this endeavor. We reviewed the possibilities of enhanced enforcement with our code enforcement group. We've also updated our flip cards. We have them up at the counter on the way in, and those are intended to be provided to those residents that want to have a quick reference guide, and it also gives a phone number and a website they can go to and get additional information. We have also reserved billing inserts for May of this year when the regulations are anticipated to be adopted so we can get additional information out to the public. We are in production with updating our envelopes so we can get some drought messaging on the envelopes themselves. We are in design on some tailgate wraps for our pickup trucks, specifically and importantly our meter reader trucks that are out there in the public on a daily basis, just some general drought messaging on the back of the tailgates for the pickup trucks. We continue to do outreach through our Save Water Oceanside, our city website, Facebook, Twitter, all of the available opportunities that we can. Earth Day, which is today, the events that we have, we try to talk and take advantage of every opportunity that we have and discuss our current situation with our residents. We are drafting letters to send to our top 25 users and all of our customer classes and discuss how we can partner with them, help them in reducing some irrigation of what we consider discretionary water use. The more recent things that we've done, yesterday on Tuesday we had a conference call with the State Board and Aqua regarding the draft regulations. They were receiving comments and questions. A very, very interesting conference call. Today I have drafted a comment letter that will be sent. The comment letters are due by midnight tonight to the regional board, and we'll be sending that out shortly after this meeting. And in general, you know, we are opposed to the methodology that's used in the draft regulations. We don't believe it takes in account what we've done locally as a alternative water supply and emergency storage. So we're stating our position, and hopefully they will take that under consideration in drafting the final regulations. Two things that we've done today. We've submitted for 2 grant applications. Prop 84 Round 4, they issued the grant offering earlier than normal. It was supposed to be out in about a year from now. It came out 4 weeks ago for shovel-ready projects. We're fortunate to have a couple. One of them is an advanced metering infrastructure project. We're asking for $2 million for that. And then we're also asking for $12 million to upgrade our recycled water plant out at San Luis Rey. We do have the design at a 90% complete. And then we're also preparing for the future Prop 1 funding, which is anticipated to come out in, I think, towards the later part of this year. So to continue on, with regard to the executive order that was issued by Governor Brown, is, you know, what are the implications or what are the potential impacts to us with regards to the proposed regulations? You know, what does it mean? What are the impacts, and then how does it effectively impact the water utility? In summary of the draft regulations, it is apparent that the overall message coming from the state is they would like, or the intent is to prevent waste and unreasonable use of water and to further promote conservation. The regulations will take effect on June 1st of 2015. It's intended that they're trying to save approximately 1.3 million acre-feet of water over the next 9 months. This puts the city of Oceanside in a 20% reduction zone or area, and that is compared to the same month in 2013. And it's a month-to-month 20% reduction, not cumulative, but they want you to have that 20% consistent over each month for the next 9 months. Each agency has been given the ability to decide on how to get that overall reduction. They're not stipulating on how we implement our conservation. They do have a few restrictions. One of them is no irrigation of ornamental turf on public streets and medians with potable water. And as far as new development, they are restricting new development unless they use drip or micro spray irrigation. One of the regulations for us as a department is there's extremely high increase in our regulatory reporting, so that they can make sure that we are staying on track with the drought and the restrictions. The impacts, the potential impacts of the 20%, if it's adopted in May, you know, we were looking at targeting our top 25 users in each rate class, work with them and get our discretionary use or irrigation use down to something more reasonable than what we're currently at. We're going to target our discretionary users even beyond those top 25 rate classes. We have enhanced enforcement. One of the key elements is the major impact is our loss in revenue into the water fund with respect to conservation and the mandatory enforcement. It is potential that if we do, and we are required to reduce by 20%, it would result in activation of the previously approved by this council drought rate structures, and that would be roughly an increase in rates between 20 and 30%. To touch on the enforcement and what we've been doing, we've had meetings with our meter shop, who are our eyes and ears out in the field every day. They're doing an enhanced notification to the residents when we see over irrigation or irrigating on the wrong day. We are getting new door tags and door hangers, so that way we can get the message out there and get our residents to comply with our current regulations, our level 2 drought regulations. We are embarking on utilizing some of our staff to do evening and early morning enforcement because that seems to be the time, when the city's not working and the irrigation, and the best time to irrigate is early in the morning and late in the evening. So we need some boots out in the field to make sure that we don't have over irrigation and runoff. We are working with code enforcement to add 2 new 1,000-hour employees funded by the utility to assist in this the letters and door hangers and follow up on over irrigation, runoff, and any type of violation of the current level 2 drought. The areas, or the way that our current enforcement works is our first warning is either a door hanger or a letter. Then warnings or fines and citations will take effect on the 2nd through the 5th event, and you can see here that after the first warning, the second warning could be, and will most likely be, a fine of $100, and that'll happen within 14 days of the initial notice or letter, and then it moves on within the next 7 days if they're not compliant, for a $200 fine, a $500, and an up to $1,000. Discussions with our code enforcement group that there is a very high response to the first warning, and they do not see very often going into the fines, which I think is extremely good. Getting out there, people aren't always aware that they have a leak, so getting out there and making them aware of it, they seem to respond and react very well, so we're very fortunate. Some of the upcoming important actions, as you can see here, the April 1st has already occurred. There was an initial notice of the draft regulations on April the 7th. There were comments made to that draft regulations on April the 13th. There is a San Diego Water Board meeting tomorrow to discuss the draft regulations. The rulemaking through the state is anticipated to be out on the market on April the 28th. They anticipate they will issue the regulations, which will go in front of the board for adoption on May 5th or 6th, and is anticipated it will take effect on June 1st. And for that ends my discussion on the drought, and the last item I have is the city fountain update. Basically, when we were approached, I think about a year ago, in discussions about updating the fountain, we were going into this drought, and the fountain needed some renovations, and at that time it was a good opportunity to take the fountain out of commission and go through its renovation with the anticipation that we would bring it back online and that we would not be in the drought. Well, that has not. The drought, is still there and it still continues. So it is our recommendation from the water department that we do not refill the fountain, and we are going to put a fence around, a nice decorative fence around the fountain to protect it. We fully anticipate that once we are out of this drought, then we would bring the fountain back online and utilize it as it's intended. So as not to have in general not have wasted the funds on the improvements of the fountain. So it's just a delay in the reopening the fountain. That is the end of my presentation, and I can address any questions.
Councilwoman Sanchez.
We have two members of the public wishing to speak on this item. We have two members of the public wishing to speak on this item.
I'm sorry.
Citizen Ruth Jameson may come forward.
Oh, my God.
You have a handout that I gave the clerk earlier in the evening. I'm not going to read that to you. It's self-explanatory. Just a few comments on the fountain and the surrounding area of the fountain. I was probably the first art person in Art Alley 23 years ago. The city plaza was beautiful. Today it has a fence around it, and around the fence are, I don't know how many big banners, posters, whatever you want to call them. If I were going to have a business in the front of the art building, I would take one look at the city plaza and think, I don't want to be here. Why would I open a upscale boutique on this street? Something like this just gradually creeps up and you don't really look at it. It's there day in, day out. You get used to it. Take down the banners. Take down those huge posters. We don't need 5 of them telling us we have a drought. I'm a little upset about the whole water thing because it's not going away. Today I went on Oceanside. They said within 1 year, California is going to run out of water. This drought is not going away. The ice caps are melting. The ocean currents are changing. The depths, the warmth and the coolness of the currents. This is changing our weather patterns for the foreseeable future. The fountain will not get refilled. We have some suggestions from the handout. That's just one. But I would implore you to use this time while the fountain is not working to send out a call for landscape architects, artists, to give us some kind of a visionary preview of what we could do to the plaza area. Let's be smart about this. It can be a wonderful, beautiful place for the public to come and have restful experiences, read a book, maybe have their sandwich across the street. It can be a wonderful public plaza using indigenous plants. I don't know how else to put this before you except that you have an opportunity here to do something really magnificent. Do not think that this is going to go away. It will not go away. So use it productively. One last comment. I'm pretty much mad as hell at Joe Brown. For him to dictate to the people of California how we can spend our water, to me, is really not American. He's sitting up there telling the almond farmers that they can use an untold amount of water to do their $1 million crops to sell to China. What is this? Where are we? As Americans, don't we have the right to have water here first? Do we have to finish
nuts to China so those people over there can have little treats? This just isn't right. The mayors of California should get together, go to Capitol in Sacramento, and challenge Jerry Brown on this. You have the responsibility of the cities. You have direct contact with the people of this state. He doesn't. Thank you.
Next we have Jimmy Knott.
Mayor, council members, Jim Knott, 127 Cherry Lane. Also as part of disclosure, I'm a vice chairman of the Utilities Commission. And want to take and convey a couple of messages. First, Jeremy Younger says that he sends his apologies for not being here this evening. And Commissioner George Murray sends his apology as he is across town attending a Green Oceanside Business Network function. So I want to get those out of the way first. First off, I know that there is something behind the scenes that is also going to be affecting us as well. And that is this is the appeal court's decision for Capistrano up there. And that's going to be affecting us in probably in many different ways. It depends upon how it's interpreted throughout the state. It's also shaken up a lot of the other water districts and cities up and down the state. With a lot of the plans that were being made to be put into implementation and carrying out a lot of drought responses. The two highest things that could potentially have an effect here, at least under my review, and I've submitted those to Jason and also to the chair of the commission, is that it could take away a lot of our separation of our different rates for different groups and making it to one individual rate for everybody, with maybe taking and having a co-equal rate with only certain reductions. The second thing that it could do is that potentially any new building project, whether it is any, let's say, development like a resort hotel or any new construction project, those people could be responsible for any new water, quote unquote, cost that they would need to be borne themselves, not the rest of the city, and that they would have to bear the entire cost of that new water, according to this new ruling. There are other portions of that ruling, and I would encourage our city attorney to go through this with a fine-tooth comb, as it is confusing if you read it once, twice, or three times. And the other cities throughout the state are taking and coming up with other interpretations. I've taken to that, and also going back to what the governor said about the medians out in our city. There's also going to be a potential increase for public safety and fire danger, i.e. palm trees and other vegetation. We may want to evaluate in keeping those palm trees or taking and using reclaimed water and keeping them alive. That's another decision you will have to make. Thank you.
No further public on this item.
Thank you. How about Councilmember Sanchez and Lawley? This is for information only.
Right, information only. Question for Jason. We're going to try to reduce our water use by 20% after we have already called out to our citizens, residents, businesses, everyone to use less water, to not, and I know that you've been out there and others have been out there to try to capture those that didn't get the message the first time. Where do you see us reducing that 20%, that extra 20%, when we've already done that? We've already asked people to do that, to use less water, to water during certain days, to, where do you see this coming from?
Well, I think that
Is there enough violators to make up that 20%?
it depends on to what extreme you want to go. You know, the difficult situation is that the restriction or the 25% call by Governor Brown, in discussion with the state board staff, they have not taken into consideration, we believe in San Diego County regionally and also myself, the extent that we have done over the past, 7+ years as far as reduction. You know, we have reduced, as you indicated, approximately 27% initially, and then we've sustained about a 15 to 17% reduction from over the 7-year period. So we've done a lot in Oceanside. Our residents have done a lot. They've responded. Our businesses have responded. And the unfortunate thing is the state is not taking the full effect of that into consideration with respect to the reduction that has been imposed. And that's not only for us, but everybody in the San Diego region who have combined together to create these storage projects and alternative supply projects. So it's going to be very difficult, and until I have some plans, but until the board actually makes the ruling, which is anticipated on the 5th of the 6th, are we going to move forward with this major cutback? The intent and the reason why that I want to do that is because I want to do it one time, and I want it to be accurate, and I want to send mixed messages across our community as to what we really need to do. And it's not the issue here. It's we're in a marathon, not a sprint. And I think the state has looked at it as a sprint, and because they're looking at reduction for 9 months. And it's very difficult for any community, I believe, to effectively produce those type of reductions in the time frame that they've given us. They expect us to start and show a 20% reduction from June 1st to July 1st, and that's, I don't. And we're, quite honestly, looking at the chart that I have, Oceanside, because we have done well with conservation and lowered our GPCD over the past several years. We, as a region, we fall on the lower end. There's agencies in San Diego County that are in the 24, the 28, the 32, the 36 reduction. So we're better. We've done a nice job here, and our residents have really responded in the past. But 20% is a large order.
I also understand that ag is not being asked to reduce, but that's because they've already seen a lot of loss of water to crops in the state of California. And so, I mean, they've already been hit really hard. So,
yeah, that is correct. The order, the original order, is intended to exclude the ag
right.
customers.
That is, I just don't know how that's going to happen for us. And I mean, we've made these pleas before, and I do feel that our community has responded. It's just going to be near impossible to make this happen. But certainly, if we can have creative ideas out there, ask our residents again, please help us save water. We're in the process of trying to create more water, but it's going to take time, a few years, to make that happen. Comments? Did you want to say something?
Honorable Mayor, council members, if Jason, if you could perhaps address the concept that we talked about earlier about focusing on some of our largest water users so that the entire burden doesn't fall on our residents.
Yeah, so the intent is if the order gets adopted and we have to move forward, we want to target obviously the top users. And I've listed the top 25 users, and I think it's going to extend beyond that in each rate class, and work with them to reduce their water use. We have some golf courses, we have some LMADs that handle the irrigation of the common area within the associations, and those we can definitely see some reduction there. At the end of the day, is it going to be that 20% that we need? Probably not, but I think we can definitely make a difference. And so the intent is to reduce the burden on our residents and really target that irrigation, or what we consider discretionary water use, and focus our efforts there.
We have been asking for drought tolerant, in terms of our landscaping, drought tolerant natives, right? We have been doing that.
That is correct. And that's done through the building department and landscape group as far as new construction.
New construction, yeah. Thank you. Moving on to our pool. I know there'll be other comments, but moving on to, not pool. Excuse me. Thinking of our fountain, our iconic fountain as a pool, but it is an iconic fountain in the center plaza of our city civic center, and we did spend $350,000 to renovate it. And I've been talking to staff. These are beautiful tiles. I haven't had a chance to see them, but I've heard them described. Beautiful tiles. We have cement there that if we were to do anything, allow people to go on there at this time, it would pretty much destroy the investment that we've made. So I believe we're being asked to not have a knee-jerk reaction and wait. Is that correct, Ms. Gaglorn?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, since it is so iconic and so associated with the architecture of the building, and we did put that investment in it, our recommendation is to fence it with something that's aesthetically pleasing, not with banners, not with large signs. We want to make sure the police can see through the fencing, but yet we don't want skateboarders in the pond. We don't want the tiles damaged or the plaster, and we need to take a very methodical approach to repurposing that space at some time, if indeed that happens.
Right. So, Ms. Jameson, I thank you very much for some of the suggestions. I also was thinking about the urban parks that I've seen, like in Portland, and meeting places, as you said, and perhaps some kind of artistic. But I think right now we do have a very iconic fountain. It was something. How long it's been there? It's 19. Yeah. So I think we owe it to the original planners and the fact that it is so part of this building to, and I know that we have, other council members, of course, are going to be weighing in, to really wait and see. We are working on our own water supply. There are different things that I think will be coming up, not just relying on when this drought is going to end, but relying on our own ability to produce water, even with these conditions. So I am not prepared at this time to start looking at a different use. Although, as I said, I love your ideas, and I hopefully we'll be able to put the water back in, and we'll have a celebration that day. I love the idea of urban parks. Maybe not here, but maybe somewhere else. But that is a huge investment of city dollars. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Mayor Wood. Jason, I got a couple of questions. So I've been, I am being asked literally every day about water. Whether it's walking down the street or going to the farmer's market, or last weekend we had a native plant tour here in the Seaside neighborhood, and about 200 people were really curious about water. And so I noticed I've gone to the Facebook page that the city maintains, and people are asking questions on there about it, and the responses from the city of Oceanside said these are guidelines. We're requesting that you stop pouring water on the sidewalk. And I responded to that and said, there are no restrictions? And the response was, it's their request. It's like, oh, so how do we ticket someone, according to what you presented there, if we don't have any fines? Do we have fines that I don't know about that they're not saying?
Not all of the, so I think you might be referring to the washing of vehicles, and there is no
water runoff, lawns, sidewalks.
Yeah, and per the current ordinance and even the emergency action that's proposed moving forward, there is no restriction to other than using a shut-off nozzle and a bucket to wash your cars. We recommend that people do it in their front yard to capture that water and use it appropriately on their yard, but there is no restriction for them to be required to do that. And even in our stormwater discharge permit, the runoff of water from the use of a bucket and a nozzle and washing the car is not prohibited as runoff. So it's a state regulation, and we comply with that. And I think, the other items, which is over irrigation, and that is a regulated discharge. So those would fall within the fines that I listed earlier. If it's an irrigation, over irrigation situation where it leaves the property.
So someone could be fined $100 for, can I have an example of that specifically?
So if your yard is being irrigated and the water is discharged from your yard into the curb and gutter and down the street, that is a discharge that is prohibited, and you could be, obviously warned first as number one, and then if it's not repaired, either by reduction of your timing on the stations, from whatever you're set, reduce your time limit, or if there's a leak of some sort, usually that's what we find, that there's a sprinkler that's damaged or broken and the homeowner wasn't aware of it, and so once they are made aware of it, then they can fix it and repair it. So those are items that can be cited or fined as part of our code enforcement.
So when I was walking home from the coaster station last week, there was a man washing his car. The water was blasting, just blasting. It was going down the street, around the corner, down the next street, then down into the sewer drain. Is that, that's not...
No, for our current regulations, that is not a violation.
Okay. What would it take for actually for the city to adopt that as a violation? We can't do it? Is it freedom of waste of water freedom or something like that?
I would have to, it would be a modification to the ordinance as far as water conservation is concerned and the drought level, and that would then, I believe, be enforceable if they're, once it was approved by council.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah, we would need a code amendment. We have various level 2 restrictions that are set forth in the code, and we would need to add that if that were the council desire.
Okay. So can you tell me just off the top of your head, what a decorative fence would look like? I know this one down here is not decorative.
Right. I can. Tony Visco, who's in charge of our maintenance of the facilities, is investigating, a fence, and what type it would be. I really don't know, but, we're obviously looking for something that would be visually appealing, and definitely not a construction fence, which is what's there now.
Yeah.
The city manager.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We're actually looking at the fence that's close to the underpass, that's painted that blue color. It's wrought iron, and you can see through it. It has a wave. We're considering some options, so it's
Temporary?
Much better looking than what we have right
Temporary
now.
fence though.
Yeah.
But it would be installed in concrete in the ground.
We would install it and we would do our best to maybe repurpose it if and when we remove it or when we repurpose the site.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kern.
Thank you. Couple issues. The idea that, I know droughts are natural, but, water shortages are man-made. We've asked for storage south of the Delta for years. We've been in regulatory drought for the last 5 years because of the Delta smelt. So we've got used to using less and less water. The idea of just across-the-board percentage reductions, I think, is arbitrary and unfair. The idea if you had targeted uses, like per capita use of water, where some of these cities have done nothing, and they use 170 gallons of water a day per capita, okay, a 25% across-the-board cut for them is not as difficult to achieve as cities like in San Diego, which is about 70 gallons of water per person per day to try to achieve. So if you had a per capita rate that was fair for everybody of 70 gallons or 65 or whatever that number is, I think across the state we would actually do a lot better and get those reductions done. I don't know if that'll gain any traction. I know the Water Authority is meeting on the 14th to draft their response to the regulations, so we'll see what comes out of that one. The other thing is, I'm not ready to give up on the fountain just yet. We do have water available for that. Now, I want you guys to follow me along here, because I'm going to think a little bit outside the box, as Jack was talking, likes to say. We do have water coming out of Loma Alta Creek when it comes out of the UV filters that kills all the bacteria, which is basically urban runoff anyway. It's not that the creek generates a lot of water naturally, but it's a lot of urban runoff. So coming out of Loma Alta Creek before it goes to Buccaneer Beach, and when it goes to Buccaneer Beach, people are wading in it anyway. I think that's a good source of water for this. And we can actually put a sign up and say this is water that we're recycling or water that we're getting from urban runoff. And it's pretty clear water. I would like to direct staff, and I see Dr. Moe back there, and he's the staff person I'm going to direct it to actually take a look at that water and see what the quality of that water is coming out of the UV filters, and see if we can use that water for the fountain, because it's pretty clean water. I mean, it looks pretty clear. All the bacteria is killed by the UV, and then all the other stuff can be handled by just regular chlorination, just like they do a pool. So instead of like recycled water, but just urban runoff. So we actually capture that water and use it. I mean, so I would like to look into that, because I think we really do need to keep the fountain alive and to fulfill its purpose. It is iconic, and I think finding that source of water and letting people know that, we're being creative and actually trying to figure out how to keep these things going. So, that's would be my, hopefully, suggestion. We're not voting on anything today, but, hopefully we get some idea of how to do that. The other thing is, when we first went into this last year, and I tried to explain that to Logan Jenkins when he called me, we were projecting a mild El Nino this winter. And unfortunately, we projected it so much, I think we jinxed it. So now they're projecting it again, but I'm not going to say anything about it because I don't want to jinx it. But the idea that, and that fountain had to be fixed. I mean, whether we had rain or no rain, that fountain was almost 30 years old, and there was cracks and the tiles were popping. So it had to be done. The regular maintenance had to be done, regardless of what water or no water. The other thing is, we have 50 million gallons a day of water coming online probably October, November. The Poseidon project in Carlsbad is actually working now. They're doing the testing. I think the Water Authority still has some work on their pipeline to complete to go out to Twin Oaks. But that'll come online, and that's actually about 7 or 8% of all the water needed in San Diego County. And actually at 50 million gallons a day, that's all the water that Oceanside and Carlsbad uses. We use about 29, Carlsbad uses about 24, but you've got to remember, we produce 6. So just that one plant will actually supply enough water for both our cities. We will probably not get any of that water directly because Twin Oaks is south of where we actually take water off the system, but that it does supply water into the region. And then San Diego is doing their indirect potable reuse program. And we're working on indirect potable reuse programs. And I think, years ago, our council goal was to be 50% independent by 2030, and I think we're well on our way. So we've addressed all of these things. We're doing everything that we could possibly do to address the water issue. And to have the state come down and say, okay, you need to cut your water usage by some arbitrary number, doesn't take into account all the hard work by Jason and his counterparts in other cities and by the San Diego County Water Authority. So with that, my only comment is maybe we can take a look at the water coming out of Loma Alta Creek. Okay, I'm getting Dr. Moe to shake his head yes. and then maybe come back and say if that water is usable for the fountain. And we'll probably have to put up some sign that says this water is coming from urban runoff or recycling. It's not, portable water. So, thank you.
Well, let's make it short. Esther and Keller still have lights on.
Yep. I had asked about recycled water actually when I talked to staff, and I understand, Jason, correct me please, that your opinion was that we should do our part and show our part as a leader in terms of addressing the drought and going with certain things that are not of necessity. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I think it's for the council and the city to make a statement with it being the iconic fountain, that it's important for us to understand and take note that we are in this drought and we're doing this because of that. And so I think it's a good thing, and it should be looked at as something positive that we're doing and the council's doing in the city. With respect to alternative water supplies, one of the things we did look at was recycled water. The quality of recycled water that is produced out of our plant is intended for irrigation, and it's not best utilized in an ornamental fountain where you would anticipate seeing a clear visually impressive water feature, with tiles and decorative items such as that. The recycled water that we use goes to golf courses. It goes into their ponds, which can be a lined pond, but it's usually you can't see the bottom, so you don't get to see the quality, and I think the quality will deteriorate over time. The recycled water, it's just the nature of it, and so it's just not best suited for a ornamental fountain such as what we have.
Right, and with respect to the desal from Poseidon that's coming pretty soon, it still is a higher cost. It still costs more than any other source, and I think that I'd like to do what we've done so far, and I mean obviously it's a source that we're going to be getting through the Water Authority, but to try to wean ourselves off of especially sources that are going to be at higher cost.
Yeah, it is a higher cost. Desalination water is higher. It will be blended in with our overall rates. We do, although we probably won't see a drop of it. We do benefit from it as a region because it makes more water available for everybody. So it's definitely a huge benefit to bring it online. And if you remember back in the 90s when we brought the Mission Basin online, it was the most expensive water that we were producing, and over time it has gone quite the opposite way, and our Mission Basin water is much cheaper than even the cheapest water we can get our hands on, which is through Metropolitan. So
it's ours.
Yeah, and so that's something we definitely and council should take and be proud of the decisions that were made back then, because it's definitely good foresight, and I think desal. Based on what I can see with the numbers, it's heading that way, and eventually desal will be cheaper also.
I just wanted to say that there are some other issues there in terms of whether or not we fill the fountain. Besides Loma Alta, I mean, if that we could possibly use it for something else. I mean, I'm sure you're looking at everything. Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Feller.
Have I got about 20 minutes now? First of all, the Bible says that man has dominion over the earth and all the things that crawl and swim. So, as far as I'm concerned, the Delta smelt is, you know, I think it's going to be extinct. And I think I might be becoming an environmentalist here. I'm kind of thinking that's probably almost a cool idea to take water that's running out of our streets and put it in our pond out here and it's clear. Don't accuse me of being an environmentalist, but that's what that sounds like. It's a good thing. Where's Brian Boyle tonight? I mean, this is the guy that should be here. Yeah, I think there should be a rule about any runoff from your property. As much as I hate rules, if I'm going to have to live by it, but anything that runs off your property should be fined, and that would include washing your car. So I think there's got to be, your recommendation is to go to the car washes, so that's business friendly, right? We could all take our car to the car wash. And 20% for my house would be about a little over 2 units. So I don't think there's, and we're not big water users, so I agree that it would be a hard thing to make it fair for us to be cutting 20%. So, and my pet peeve of all pet peeves is medians that water the streets. Water's the worst thing for our pavements. So. Want to talk some more, Jim?
You had a short one. That was a short one. I was dozing off. I'm sorry. I just was concerned about I didn't make it to the meeting, but we're going for a new pool. I don't know how we're going to fill it. So that'll be a concern. How about all the soccer fields? I know that's the water is a storage up there, and that's water for those 22 soccer fields and our new pool. Yeah, I guess it might be a tough time for that, but we're thinking about it. One thing I would like is we're doing the drilling at the harbor. We'd like to bring it up and have a desal to bring it up, maybe 50%. We're one of the few cities that has a system to use outstanding water, and we should increase it. And it's why can't we get federal and state money to have a program to get us more water? But again, that's a different story. Anyhow, that's all we have, and that's for information only. The only thing else I have is to adjourn this to a council workshop, 2 o'clock, Wednesday, April the 29th, and be safe. Thank you. Have a good night.